We'll also love to recognize the representative of the Chief of Army Staff. Please welcome Brigadier General Abubakar Adamu, the Commandant of NACWC. So you're welcome. Also here representing the President of NCS is Hawa Yahaya Abubakar. Is she here, please? Please, a round of applause for her, please. Also, we have representing EFCC. Please welcome Abba Sambo. Is he here, please? So you're welcome indeed. Okay. We also have here from NSA, Colonel Dr. Bala Fakondu. Is he here, please? Is he here? So you're welcome here. At this point, we'll be going on to have goodwill messages from some of our sponsors. We'll be starting with a goodwill message to be delivered by the representative of the NSA, Colonel Bala Fakondu. Please make him feel warmly welcome. Is he here, please? Please, I crave your indulgence. Representing the NSA is Brigadier General Akesonde. Please make him feel warmly welcome. Please, a round of applause for him. Sir, you're welcome. Thank you very much for coming. At this point, we'll be calling on goodwill messages, and will be from our sponsors. And the first on the list that will be calling to this podium is the representative of the NSA. Please welcome Brigadier General Akesonde as he makes his way up here to give his goodwill message. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way here. Keep on clapping, please. Don't stop clapping until he gets here. Keep on clapping, please.
I would have loved to stand on existing protocol, but the MC, unfortunately, has not established one. So I'll just try using the program to establish one. The Senate President, His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Ahmad Lawan GCON, who is the guest of honor in absentia, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila CON, the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, who is also not here. I can see the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Her Excellency Mary Beth Leonard, host distinguished Senator Yakubu Hussein for the day, and other distinguished senators here present, and the DG. The DG NIDA, Malam Kachifo Inua, very senior officers, the representative of the Chief of Army Staff, the Commandant, Nigerian Army Cyber War Command, other senior officers here present, distinguished participants, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I am Brigadier General Samad Akesode, Director of Communications in the Office of the National Security Advisor. I am representing the National Security Advisor, Major General Babagana Monguno, retired. He would have been very happy to be here himself, but for exigencies of duty, he's unavoidably absent, and he has asked me, distinguished, to convey his apologies and good wishes, and equally present his goodwill message to you on this auspicious occasion. That I will be doing in the next 5 minutes or thereabout. I am highly honored, with all sense of humility and responsibility, to be part of this auspicious occasion of the 2021 International Legislative Stakeholders Conference on Digital Technology and Cyber Security, with the theme, the Digital Theater and the Future of Nigeria. It is indeed gratifying to see the will and importance the National Assembly, particularly the Senate, has attached to issues of cybersecurity to organize such a program with a wide outreach of audience. This also underscores the critical role of the Senate and its commitment in embracing digital transformation of the Nigerian economy towards enhancing national development, promoting peace, prosperity, and the social well-being of our great nation. It's my utmost pleasure to start this goodwill message by recognizing the remarkable remarks, achievements of our country. Our country has attained in reaching a substantial level of acceptance of digital technology. This landmark achievement is also simulated and facilitated by the digital transformation drives consolidated by the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy 2020 to 2030 under the stewardship of the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy. Consequently, Nigeria, like several other countries across the globe, continue to witness the urge in digital transformation, and many new activities are now migrating to the internet, especially with the advent of the coronavirus pandemic. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, for the second quarter 2021, it was noted that ICT was the fastest growing sector of the economy, contributing an unprecedented 17.92% to the gross domestic product of the nation. Furthermore, the current efforts of the federal government to deploy the 5G technology in Nigeria would further deepen internet connectivity and usage with substantial benefits to businesses, social interaction, economic prosperity, and national security. Despite the attendant benefits of the digital transformation and acceptance, Nigeria is also battling with attendant risks and hazards associated with the digital transformation in the form of cyber threats, vulnerabilities, malicious use of the cyberspace for nefarious activities detrimental to the economic development and national security. In a bid to effectively harness the benefits of the digital revolution, while also combating the heightening risk of cyber threats, the federal government of Nigeria reviewed Nigeria's maiden National Cyber Security Policy and Strategy document of 2014 and formulated a comprehensive 2021 version. As we are aware, the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy 2021 was developed in line with the global best practices and the provisions of the Cybercrime Act 2015 to provide strategic direction for cybersecurity in the nation. The document was unveiled by Mr. President on 23rd of February 2021. I'd like to tell you that this document presents the national roadmap for addressing emerging threats in the cyber domain and enhancing the progressive use of Nigeria's cyberspace. This will galvanize the efforts of the stakeholders towards effective realization of the potentials of digital inclusion and transformation to achieve our national objectives and aspirations. The Office of the National Security Advisor, as you already know, is the coordinating agency that provides the strategic guidance for all cybersecurity activities in the country. However, to achieve the objectives, the Office of the National Security Advisor requires continuous support of major stakeholders, the National Assembly particularly. By the way of information, the Office of the National Security Advisor has just completed the awareness and sensitization workshops on the implementation of the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy Document 2021 across 7 sectors of the Nigerian economy, with the judiciary and that of the National Assembly being the one that was just recently held on the 2nd of December 2021, last week. Other key initiatives of the implementation action plan of the document will be subsequently executed in line with the timeline and objectives as outlined in the strategy. I would like to share some major takeaways from the series of workshops that has been organized as per the awareness and desensitization workshops on the implementation of the National Cyber Security Policy and Strategy document. I had observed 4 things I would like to just quickly run through. One was the need for capacity building to support the cybersecurity operations in the country. 2, continuous awareness and sensitization on the adoption of cyber norms, basic cyber hygiene, basic cyber attitudes, and information on the vulnerabilities that exist. Thirdly, research and development also reared its head. That is the need to exploit indigenous innovations and technology so that we can reduce our dependency only on foreign solutions and technology, and also to reduce vulnerabilities, backdoors, footprints, and so on and so forth. And the last one was the need and importance of collaboration, confidentiality, and trust to enhance information sharing between the stakeholders. Hence, I think this conference is coming up at the right time, and the giant stride to galvanize this caliber of stakeholders for the 2021 International Conference is unprecedented. It is also worthy to mention that the Senate has been able to sustain the conduct of this particular conference since 2017, which shows the level of passion and commitment to progressing digital transformation and cybersecurity in the nation. I would like to appreciate His Excellency the Senate President, whose doggedness and support for cybersecurity through the Senate Committee for ICT and Cybercrimes is unquantifiable. We are also conscious of the immeasurable efforts of the House Committee on ICT in their oversight functions, which has also delivered substantial support to forge the cybersecurity agenda ahead in this country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this conference will give us the desired direction, synergy, and enhance our cooperation to achieve the overall objectives of digital transformation and cybersecurity in the country. It is also a rare opportunity for us all to network and share ideas and open more avenues to enhance our collaboration, efficiency, and ultimately our productivity. The various discussions and deliberations during this meeting, we expect, will give a sense of direction and for a more purposeful and focused cybersecurity agenda for the coming year 2022. Once again, thank the organizers of this event and wish everyone a fruitful deliberation in the coming days. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, sir.
Please, a round of applause for him. That was Brigadier General Akensode representing the National Security Advisor. Thank you very much, sir, for your goodwill message. I'd like to reintroduce, representing the Senate President, please, is Senator Hassan Hadeja. Please, a round of applause for him properly now. Thank you very much, sir. At this point in time, we'll be going in accordance to the program. I believe everybody has the program on. There's an agenda on it. I'll be calling to give us a welcome remark. Please welcome the Chairman, Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, Senator Dr. Yakubu Oseni. Please put your hands together for him. Please don't stop clapping until he gets here. Let's make him feel warmly welcome. Keep on clapping.
Let me run quickly so that your hand will not pain you. Thank you so much. The representative of the Senate President, my colleague, Your Excellency, distinguished Senator Hassan Hadeja, you are highly welcome. Well, other members of the committee who are still on their way coming, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, I believe he is ably represented here, and the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Dr. Mary Bart Leonard, you're welcome. The representative of NSA, National Security Advisor, General Akensode, thank you. The representative of the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy, I believe also he's ably represented. I think him and the DG NIDA, they are unavoidably absent. They are somewhere outside the country. And I want to tell you this, that as a chairman of very important committee in the Night Senate, Committee on ICT and Cyber Crime, I want to tell you that it is not by accident that I'm also a member of so many committees, particularly Security Committee. I want to especially recognize the representative of the Chief of Defense Staff, of course. You have been seeing me in the oversight function, and also the representative of Chief of Army Staff. I'm also a member of that committee, and the representative of Chief of Naval Staff, and that of Chief of Air Staff, which I'm also a member of the committee. The representative of NIDA and EFCC and every other agencies that I may not be able to mention due to want of time, you bear with me. The press, ladies and gentlemen, it is stimulating for me to welcome you all to the 2021 International Legislative Stakeholder Conference on Digital Technology and Cyber Security. Today marks another important occasion in our quest for a cyber-safe Nigeria. It is no longer news that ICT advancement has accelerated the pace of globalization and completely impacted on life and work. It is not overemphasis to reiterate that digital technology is the pivot for transformation of economies today and has become the driver of all aspects of human endeavor, easing of doing businesses and service delivery. Whether it is security and intelligence, whether it is education, whether it's banking, even agriculture, whether it's health services, manufacturing, aviations, power generations, marine services, building technologies, immigration services, or biometrics, etc. ICT has become the key infrastructure. It is also promises to make the world a much safer place, as it is now the major vehicle for security surveillance and investigation. It is, however, regrettable that criminal elements around the world has chosen to turn the ICT revolution into a nightmare. The gains of digital technology being dampened by rapid evolution of cybersecurity threat landscape. Cyber attacks are increasing in both sophistication and severity. The rise in cybercrime has not only been dramatic, but has also taken up on society at all fronts. The ransomware epidemics, the refocusing of malware from personal computers, that is PCs, and laptops to smartphones and mobile devices, the deployment of billions of underprotected Internet of Things, popularly known as IoT devices, the legion of hacker for hire, and more sophisticated launching of attacks, and governments, defense infrastructure, businesses, education establishments, etc., are pointers that the world is no longer safe. Hence, the dangerous trend is already costing the world huge losses in all dimensions. Findings have further revealed that in Nigeria, the challenge is not only about the cybersecurity threat landscape, but also about our weak system. There is serious lag in infrastructure sophistication, of course, data management and digital security, and know-how, which are critical to the development agenda. Our economy is already suffering hugely from cyber-related crimes, though most of these attacks, of course, go unreported for fear of public anxiety and apprehension. Fresh experiences arising from the COVID-19 pandemic have further exposed stunning gaps in our digital and cyber ecosystem, thereby exposing a wider yearning for accelerated mitigation efforts. It is therefore evident that all stakeholders should have their hands on deck to protect our dear country from this increasingly rapid menace. Indeed, this has become a paramount concern. In view of this concern, the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has repeatedly urged all Nigerians and friends of Nigeria to rise to the occasion of mitigating the menace. Accordingly, amongst various interventions, the Senate on the 27th of November 2019 deliberated on a motion on the growth of digital technology and the challenges of cyber crime. Urged the urgent need to safeguard the future of Nigeria, and mandated this committee to, among other actions, establish engagement with stakeholders to galvanize a comprehensive and broad-based approach to addressing Nigerians' digital technology and cyber security arises with a view to safeguarding the present and future of Nigeria. Pursuant to the Senate mandate, the committee has taken up engagement with various state governments, MDAs, as well as a wide spectrum of private sector concerns, with a view to articulating and stimulating a collective reflection on the various shortfalls and galvanizing a wide-ranging and extensive approach to safeguarding our country in a world immersed in growing and grueling cyber crisis. One of these engagements is the hosting of this International Legislative Stakeholder Conference on Digital Technology and Cybersecurity. This year's event with the theme, The Digital Theater and Future of Nigeria, is an expansion on the scope of that of 2017, 2018, and 2020 editions. The conference is expected to identify gaps inherent in the system, create awareness, build capacity, generate appropriate synergy in the relationships of stakeholders, and provide input for legislation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I reiterate that cybersecurity is all about balancing between security and quality of life. Any activity geared towards keeping a safe cyber ecosystem today is therefore as important as life itself. I therefore commend all stakeholders who support cyber-safe initiatives. We salute the Lagos State government for showing support for this enterprise. The state has further indicated readiness to collaborate with the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime in hosting the 2022 edition. Thumb up for the Office of the National Security Advisor, which is currently embarking on multi-sectoral awareness and sensitization campaigns on the implementation of the 2021 National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy. The initiative taken by the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, to sponsor this event is a furtherance of the agency's avowed strides towards the advancement of the Nigeria project. A tremendous thank you to technology giants like who are we? I believe they are here. Facebook, Meta, ICT, and cybersecurity associations, the Nigerian Defense and Security apparatus, and various private sector concerns for your technical and moral support towards the success of the fight against cybercrime. My dear resource persons, as well as participants, without you, this fight will not be won. My dear compatriots, collaborations among all interests in this regard is not needed any later than now. Your support and presence here today is a great service to Nigeria, society, and indeed life as a whole. I have nothing else to do but to say you are welcome, and you are highly welcome. And I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please, a round of applause for him one more time. Put your hands together for him, please. That was the Chairman, Senate Committee on ICT and Cyber Crime, Senator Yakubu Oseni. And I want to use this opportunity to thank you for organizing this conference to protect our cyberspace. At this point in time, I would like to recognize the presence of the former Vice Chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, Senator Foster Ogola. Please, a round of applause for him. Sir, you're welcome. To take us further, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be welcoming the next speaker to give us a remark. Please welcome to this lectern or this podium the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria, Ambassador Mary Beth Leonard. Please, with a round of applause, welcome her as she makes her way up here Please do not stop clapping until she gets here.
Thank you, and good morning. And given that the protocol has been established, allow me to go directly to saying what a pleasure it is to be with you here today. Digital technologies offer exciting and incredibly promising opportunities, but they also carry with them the need to ensure an effective plan to prevent and respond to cybersecurity threats. As everyone here knows, any effective approach to cybersecurity requires the collaboration of experts across sectors and borders. It is therefore great to see the variety of stakeholders and specialists present here for today's discussion. The pandemic has been the impetus for the accelerated digitization of everything from household shopping to medical care. Digital technologies are building the skilled workforce of the future, enabling students to learn advanced materials in university courses from thousands of miles away. Even micro firms are finding ways to put their products and services online to reach new customers. Right here in Nigeria, innovators are using digital tools to improve agricultural productivity and increase farm yields, opening new horizons of hope for food security in this region. But just as these digital technologies create exciting new opportunities, particularly for an entrepreneurial, young, and innovative population like Nigeria's, these technologies also introduce new threats and risks of misuse. As more of our lives and our businesses move onto digital platforms, it becomes ever more important to pursue an internet that is open, interoperable, secure, and reliable. While all democracies face the challenges of hateful or divisive speech, mine included, freedom of expression, including through the internet, is an essential element of a strong, tolerant, democratic society. Like the United States, Nigeria has made significant strides in securing the digital economy and combating cybercrime, as evidenced by its invitation to accede to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. At the same time, however, both of our countries have a long way to go to reduce the risk that these threats in cyberspace pose. We've all seen the disruption that hackers can cause to critical infrastructure, the human costs of ransomware attacks on hospitals, and the consequences when foreign interference undermines democratic processes. Nigeria was among the countries that attended a counter-ransomware meeting that the White House convened in October, where attendees jointly recognized the economic and security consequences of ransomware and set forth areas of cooperation to combat the challenge. The United States is committed to working with our international partners to advance cybersecurity, promote stability in cyberspace, and ensure shared prosperity in our increasingly interconnected world. The historic infrastructure bill that our Congress passed into law last month will make important strides in closing the digital divide in the United States while upgrading our digital and physical infrastructure to better protect U.S. citizens and security, including in cyberspace. Although this is a significant step forward, our own effort is just one facet of countering cyber threats. Any nation's ability to effectively prevent, detect, mitigate, and respond to threats in cyberspace depends in part on the capacity, cooperation, and resilience of global partners, the private sector, civil society, and the public. Global challenges require global solutions, and we are eager to continue to build on our partnerships to advance those solutions. One of the key areas where we want to continue working closely with partners is on stability in cyberspace. For more than a decade, the United States has worked with partners and adversaries alike to build consensus on what constitutes responsible state behavior in cyberspace. Through several consensus UN resolutions, all UN member states have affirmed that international law applies in cyberspace and that states should be guided by a set of non-binding, voluntary norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. All UN member states recognize the important role of capacity building and confidence building measures to improve international cyber stability. We have appreciated Nigeria's valuable engagement in these important discussions. We've been pleased to have Nigerian participation in a range of cyber-related trainings and workshops that the United States has conducted or sponsored in recent years. We have collectively benefited from our Nigerian colleagues' collaboration on courses that have covered advanced cyber incident handling and topics relevant for the framework of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. To safeguard our infrastructure, essential services, public safety, consumer protection and privacy, and economic prosperity, we all need to ensure we can prevent, detect, and respond to cybersecurity incidents, as well as hold criminals and countries responsible for any malicious cyber activity they perpetrate. A key aspect of safeguarding the security of our digital technologies is ensuring that countries and citizens can trust the equipment and software they are using. This is especially true in guaranteeing that new 5G technology and infrastructure will not introduce risks that threaten national security, personal privacy, or human rights. This is a particularly timely issue for Nigeria, as Nigeria prepares for next week's 5G spectrum auction and looks to roll out Nigeria's 5G networks after the new year. The United States is committed to promoting a vibrant digital economy worldwide that enables all citizens to benefit from the promise of secure 5G and future generation wireless networks. We believe it is essential that governments, telecom operators, and network users prioritize security when building out their 5G networks. National measures must be crafted to mitigate significant security risks from high-risk suppliers, regardless of national origin, by precluding such suppliers from providing equipment, software, and services to 5G network infrastructure. Allowing untrusted telecommunications suppliers to participate in or control any part of a 5G network creates unacceptable risks to national security, critical infrastructure, privacy, and respect for human rights. The United States is working with our allies and partners to support a diverse and vibrant supply chain of trusty telecommunications equipment and services. There are exciting developments underway, including steps to open up closed proprietary hardware and software networks where operators depend on a single equipment provider. The industry-led global movement towards open, interoperable approaches, known as Open Radio Access Networks, or Open RAN, aims to counteract vendor lock-in, thereby enhancing and promoting market competition while lowering costs and improving security. Diverse, interoperable communications, hardware, and software systems offer significant opportunities for countries like Nigeria to augment their cybersecurity while growing their local digital ecosystems and technology production. In June this year, the U.S. Trade and Development Agency awarded a grant to the Nigerian company Hotspot Network Limited to fund a feasibility study to expand rural connectivity. The project will deploy cutting-edge Open RAN technology from the United States to provide internet access to millions of Nigerians in rural areas. Open RAN firms frequently assemble equipment in developing countries and use local labor to install and manage equipment. These opportunities offer new horizons for Nigeria to boost local content in the digital technology space, driving local demand for data sensors and cloud computing, and providing local operators better opportunities to control the security of their networks. Principles of digital security, trusted 5G infrastructure, vendor diversity, open, inclusive, competitive networks, and market-based standards are high priorities for the United States domestically and as we engage with our partners abroad, particularly with regional leaders and economic heavyweights like Nigeria. Ensuring a policy, institutional, organizational, and infrastructural ecosystem that supports the effective mitigation of and response to cybersecurity threats will enable Nigeria to seize the opportunities to best protect its citizens, boost global efforts to combat cybercrime, stay on the cutting edge of digital security, and promote local production and capacity building. As Nigeria looks towards a future of greater economic diversification, growth, and inclusion, the United States will continue to partner with Nigeria to further catalyze this country's entrepreneurial, innovative spirit, harness its significant market size, and help realize the potential of its young and creative population. Thank you so much for inviting me to join this important discussion today.
Please, a round of applause for one more time. Thank you very much for the support, the state of the United States of America's support to protecting the Nigeria cybersecurity space. At this point, I'd like to recognize a member of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime. I'd like to recognize Senator Francis Ezenwa Onyewuchi. Is he here, please? Please, a round of applause for him, please. Put your hands together for him. Thank you. Also, a member of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime here present is Senator Emmanuel Oke-Jeff. Is he here? Please, a round of applause. Sir, you're welcome. Thanks for coming. To move us further on this program, I'll be inviting for a special remark the head of Anglophone Africa Meta, Facebook. Please welcome to the podium Adora Ikenze as she makes her way to deliver a special remark. Please keep on clapping for her, please.
Representatives of their Excellencies, the Senate President, Honorable Speaker Gbajabiamila, Minister Pantani, Honorable Chairman Hussaini, and members of this distinguished Senate Committee for ICT and Cybercrime, distinguished past and present members of the National Assembly, representatives of the National Security Agencies of Nigeria, representatives of the state governors, Director General Inua, Ambassador Leonard, and members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on existing protocols. On behalf of Meta, it is my honor to be here today. As a company whose mission remains one of helping people build community and bring the world together, we are especially cognizant of the role our platforms and our products play in facilitating human interaction. Currently, over 4 billion people use our platforms and products globally. And in Nigeria, our user base is also respectfully in the millions. Every day, people use our platforms and products to connect with friends and family, to build businesses, to support and promote social and economic development, to educate, to entertain, and to support. Regrettably, as with all human engagements, there are also actors who attempt to exploit this medium and cause harm. The internet and its ancillary technologies it has birthed have become ubiquitous to life. And as with efforts to ensure safety, security, and positive growth in the physical world, as these efforts are non-negotiable, the same efforts are requisite with activities and engagements online. Meta cares very much about Nigeria. We care about the safety, security, and progress of its citizens, and we are committed to working together with national authorities, regulators, our private sector partners, and the public to educate, upskill, strengthen, and protect the digital ecosystem, from the underlying technologies to its economic stability and growth. In Nigeria, our presence goes beyond the use of our 3 products, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. This presence extends to investments in connectivity infrastructure, national skills training programs for small and medium-scale enterprises, job training and placement programs, tech ecosystem supports through developer programs, partnerships to promote access and economic empowerment with local MNOs and ISPs, and support for national and public issues like the COVID-19 pandemic, digital literacy, and law enforcement. In that vein, I would like to state that we take great cognizance of national policies and strategies which are instructive of the governance and security of this technological space in Nigeria. The redesign and launch of the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy is fundamental in reducing cybercrime on our platforms. It also provides a strong framework for us to demonstrate our internal processes and capacities in all its myriad forms. Later today, you will hear from my colleague Lawrence Mully about our efforts to combat terrorism and violent extremism online, as well as our existing partnerships with national law enforcement and safety agencies. We also look forward to engaging on the enabling environment for the continued growth of the digital economy in Nigeria and the role that actors like Meta can play. We recognize and appreciate the courtesies and collaboration that have been extended to us by the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy and its implementation agencies, the NCC and NICDA. The National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy is a guiding star for our responsibilities and engagements in Nigeria. I would very much again like to thank the chairman of the Senate Committee, Honorable Hosseini, the distinguished members of this Senate Committee for this invitation to represent Meta. I send you all the best wishes of the company, and I wish everybody a most fruitful discussions over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the head of Anglophone Meta Facebook, Adora Ikiza. Please, a round of applause for her one more time. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll be receiving a remark or getting a remark from our major sponsors, the National Information Technological Development, and he is going to be presenting online. The technical, please. Delivering this remark is the Director General of the National Information Technological Development, Malam Kashifu Inoa, CCIE. Is being represented by Mr. Emmanuel Edet. Is he on, please?
Everyone, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. The Senate President, the senators, this Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, or Honorable Members of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, permit me to stand on existing protocols. It's a privilege to be able to present my Director General's goodwill message to this august occasion. He sends his sincere apologies. He would have loved to do this personally, but he's unavoidably engaged in another national assignment. And so he's very sorry that he has not been able to show up for this particular goodwill message. So I will deliver the message on his behalf. The National Information Technology Development Agency is an agency set up by government specifically to deal with the development and regulation of information technology in Nigeria. As part of our efforts, we have collaborated with various individuals in the private sector, in the government, as well as NGOs, to ensure that information technology is heavily developed in Nigeria. You may be aware that Nigeria is one of the greatest markets for information technology products. And so particularly our work is to implement the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy and every other government policy as it relates to information technology in Nigeria. The Legislative Stakeholders Conference on Digital Technology and Cybersecurity is a very good initiative, and this year's, which is Digital Theater and the Future of Nigeria, is apt because it will provide an opportunity for people to join this discussion and see how Nigeria can be moved forward. Our focus technically is to use information technology as a tool to develop the economy in Nigeria. But in developing the economy, we cannot ignore the dangers that are fraught in the internet, specifically the issue of cybercrime and cybersecurity. It is a genuine threat, and we need to build trust if we want to develop the internet and digital technologies in Nigeria. Therefore, NIDA is in a position to advance in collaboration with every stakeholder the development of IT, specifically to ensure the well-being of Nigerians, as is the vision of the National Digital Economy Policy. Nigeria is about the 35th in terms of e-business in the whole world, and we are sure that all forms of engagement with stakeholders will promote and ensure that we have a safe digital space in Nigeria in collaboration with the responsible authorities. I would like to say thank you on behalf of the DG for giving him this opportunity and wish you all the best in your discussions in this particular conference. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for the representative of Malam Kashifu Inoa, the Director General of the National Information Technology Development Agency. Please put your hands together for him once at a time. Thank you very much. At this point, we'll be having the opening address by the Senate President, Right Honorable Senator Dr. Ahmed Lawan, and is represented here by Senator Hassan Hadeifa. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here. Please keep on clapping. Please don't stop clapping until he gets up here. He's still walking up. Don't stop clapping, sir.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. The representative of the Honorable Speaker of the House of Reps, even though he's supposed to be here, I don't believe he's in attendance. So I think I'll just start by recognizing the chairman of the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrimes, Senator Hosseini, and my colleagues in the committee, and use the protocol so established to welcome everybody and wish you a good morning. I'm here representing the Senate President, but I'm also a member of the Committee on ICT and Cybercrimes. And just like it happened at the last conference we had last year, I would just like to make a few remarks on what I believe is still an omission on the part of the agenda as presented. And this omission is the absence, I believe, of the judiciary in the program of events, not just the Ministry of Justice, but the judiciary itself. We look at the panels and the discussions, we have everything covered from security to the economy, covering banking and e-commerce, to education, to agriculture. But invariably, everything we talk about might end up in one way or the other in our judicial system. we always have we always give prominence, especially to the security agencies, and I'm glad to see that they are well represented in this panel. But the outcome of all the ICT devices they deploy in tracking down terrorism, cybercrime, will end up in the courts. And I dare say that if we don't begin to carry along the judiciary in what we do, then there may be a disconnect between all the efforts we have in gathering evidence, in diligent cyber surveillance, might end up being wasted in the court process. And I say this because the judiciary is also becoming very, very conversant with the ICT space, as we have seen over the years, from the promulgation of the Evidence Act in 2011, which effectively solved the problem of admitting computer-generated evidence, to the fact that the Supreme Court now is almost paperless. They are taking all filings and paperwork electronically. And just about 2 days ago, I think the Minister of Justice launched virtual court proceedings at Kuje. This was something that was mooted in April 2020 because of the pandemic. And within this very short period, it's already in practice. What that means is that criminals don't need to be moved from the prisons to the court system. There's a virtual process in place where maybe you'll be in your cell or a virtual court and your prosecution takes place. And we need to give kudos to the judiciary for making these advances. But I think we also need to carry them along when we have conferences like this, so that there will be some synergy between those involved in crime prevention and those who will ultimately be responsible for prosecution. And with that, I would like to deliver the speech of His Excellency Ahmed Ibrahim Lawal, the Senate President. It is a pleasure to be a part of this conference on digital technology and cybersecurity because of the increasing relevance of innovative technologies and the need to secure its spaces. Digital technology has triggered revolutions in human activity and created new patterns and peculiarities. It has also shaped human relations in the economic, social, and political spheres, leading to unique experiences and improvements in human affairs. The experiences are continuing, even in a competitive way, showing the tendency of humanity to be creative, informing fresh opportunities for managing businesses, private and public lives. Through digital experience, those digital experiences are global. The experiences of utilization have been most felt at the local or national levels and challenging the abilities of nation states to manage it from their own viewpoints. Cybersecurity issues have emerged as a byproduct of the revolution, resulting in the need to devise ways of mitigating or containing a threat. This is in line with the tendencies of inventions to come along with weaknesses which society has to respond to in order to enhance the chances of seamless application. New realities of threat, misconduct, and a growing trend of perverting it have characterized the evolution of systems. The growth of digital technology has not been different, and which is why we are today talking about resolving the question of cybersecurity in the nation's interest. As a result of this, the Senate resolved through its motion, The Growth of Digital Technology and the Challenge of Cybercrime, to empower its Committee on ICT and Cybercrime to liaise with stakeholders on how best to protect the future faced with threats of cybersecurity. Focusing on the digital theater and the future of Nigeria in league with the National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDDA, the Lagos State Ministry of Science and Technology and other stakeholders have provided a chance to examine all dimensions of the subject. Through a wide range of consultations, we should be able to identify the key issues, develop methods of addressing them, and then emerge with appropriate and sustainable conclusions and recommendations. I am assured that the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime has been exhaustive in reaching out to all stakeholders and experts. Riding on the back of last year's edition, I'm confident this year's conference will also be very productive. The Senate will surely look forward to your suggestions and would be ready to back them up with further legislative action where necessary. It is on this note that it is now my pleasure to declare the conference open. God bless you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause once again. That was Senator Hassan Hadeja representing the Senate President, and he just presented the opening address for this conference. I'd like to use this opportunity to recognize Allwell C. Ochumba, the immediate past registrar of the Computer Professionals Registration Council of Nigeria, CPN. Please, is he here? Please, a round of applause for him. So, put your hands together for him, please. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. Once again, I'd like to remind everyone here that we're in the 2021 International Legislative Stakeholders Conference on Digital Technology and Cyber Security. And the theme for this year's conference is the Digital Theater and the Future of Nigeria. This conference is hosted by the Senate Committee on ICT and Cyber Crime.
Sorry for interruption. I want to seize this opportunity to encourage us to take this conference very seriously. Don't mind the size of the hall or the participants here. This is an international event where almost all countries are participating via Zoom. And as we speak, this is online real time, and everybody is participating. Most of our presentations here is going to be online. So we should take it very seriously. And also, while we go on break, tea break, I want the dignitaries to please let us have a photograph, a group photograph, at least to have the memory in our head. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I believe the Senate Committee Chairman has gone ahead of me to announce the next thing that we're going to be having based on the agenda that I believe everybody has. We'll be going on a short tea break at this point in time, and then after that we'll come back here to continue with the different sessions for this conference. Thank you very much. So I'd like you to know that the dignitaries will be led by the ushers to where they're going to be having the tea break, and everybody can proceed. Look for the staircase behind and find your way up to the gallery where tea is being served. Thank you very much. of us. Paul. And please, if the person seated on my right hand and the far end, the left, can move to the center aisle, please, so we can have good pictures and good video for this conference. We'll crave your indulgence that you move to the middle aisle, please, as much as you can. Thank you very much. As we proceed with the second or the next segment of this conference, of this event. Thank you very much. Once again, we welcome you to the 2021 International Legislative Stakeholders Conference on Digital Technology and Cybersecurity. The theme for this year's conference is the digital theater and the future of Nigeria. The essence and the objective of this conference is to protect and sustain the Nigerian digital space. And it promises to be a great experience by the essence of the stakeholders and the thought leaders and the persons that will be sharing their thoughts and ideas to help sustain and protect the Nigerian digital space. We have a number of sessions, and the first session is going to begin in a short while. I believe we're ready. Thank you very much for sitting down. Let's avoid the movement. Let's sit down. Let's settle down, please. Thank you very much. Our first panel is going to bother on interagency collaboration for mitigation against the evolving cyber threats within the Nigerian space. I believe you have it on your programs. Interagency collaboration for mitigation against the evolving cyber threats within the Nigerian cyber space. And to moderate this panel, before I bring him on, I'll be calling on the various panelists, the representatives of the following organizations or establishments. Please welcome first and foremost the representative of the Nigerian Police Force. Please, the representative of the Nigerian Police Force. And then we'll also be having the representative of the Nigerian Army. Please welcome them on stage, please. Please welcome the representative of the National Security Advisor, Colonel Dr. Bala Fakondu, and also the representative of the Chief of Army Staff, Brigadier General Abubakar Adamo. Please welcome them on stage. Please put your hands together for them. Also, we have representing EFCC, we have Abba Sambo. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way up here. Keep on clapping. Please keep on clapping until they get here. Don't stop clapping. And to moderate this panel, I crave your indulgence. There's a correction on the agenda. What we have on the agenda is Aderonke Adeyegbe, but please, you may strike that out on your agenda. Moderating this panel is Mr. Ikem Michael of Think Cyber. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here. Please don't stop clapping on. Please put your hands together. Let's. Mr. Ikem Michael. Please keep on clapping. Don't stop clapping. It will soon be your turn to come up here. I imagine you want to be applauded. Please keep on clapping. Thank you.
Good morning, sirs, and welcome to the conference. We are looking at interagency collaboration for mitigation against the evolving cyber threats within the Nigerian space. Starting with the NSA. Okay. Starting with the NSA, please, can you shed more light on this, on the interagency collaboration currently existing within the Nigerian cyberspace?
Yeah, thank you very much. On issues of cybersecurity, interagency cooperation, is something you can't run away from, because ab initio from the legislative framework is actually enshrined in the legislative framework, and also the regulatory framework as well. Now, let me start. The enactment of the Cybercrime Act itself was applauded because it codifies the criminal activities in the cyberspace. Now, if you look at section 433 of the Cybercrime Act, established the Cybercrime Advisory Council. And the Cybercrime Advisory Council is a strategic body to give strategic direction and give guidance on implementation of cybersecurity in Nigeria. Ab initio from the Act, it gave its mandates representatives from the various ministries, departments, and agencies to be represented in that council to give that direction. That's where the collaboration starts from. And because the first schedule of the Act, it listed all the agencies that are supposed to be represented in that council ab initio. Now, you now have coordinatory responsibility. Who is going to coordinate the activity of cybersecurity across the country? Then that gives, section 41 gives that, 1 and 2, all the coordinatory responsibility of the Office of National Security Advisor. And the second other section, section 3 and 4, they talked about protection of critical information infrastructure across the country. Now, you can't do all those as a coordinating agency if you don't collaborate with the relevant agencies that have this infrastructure ab initio. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say. So the Act actually enshrines the issue of collaboration and coordination from the Act itself. And let me give, cybersecurity is the whole of society approach in implementing cybersecurity. The whole of government, the whole of society, and the whole of community approach that you use. If you don't do it that way, you cannot achieve ensuring a secured cyberspace. Now, the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy also enshrined some of those components, including international collaboration, because you realize that the responsibility for cybersecurity cut across agencies with different mandates, bit and bit here. Let me give you an example. Now, the Ministry of Communications is responsible for digital transformation in Nigeria, which they are doing very well. And you can't do that without cybersecurity. You get what I'm trying to say? The CBN is regulating banking sector. They have infrastructure that are prone to cyber threats. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So these are critical infrastructure. NIMSI has critical databases. FIRS have database. All these agencies I'm listing have critical infrastructure. I'm not even talking about the defense, which is a separate thing again. Defense have critical infrastructure and network as well. And to be able to ensure that all this infrastructure are protected, there's need for interagency collaboration, interagency dialogue, And as well, you have to understand that cybersecurity, does not have border. It costs adult jurisdiction as well. How do you collaborate? How do you address issue of cyberspace if you don't even have international community on board in your activities of cyberspace? So those are the things. So the Act specifies who is supposed to do what and how you're going to collaborate in terms of from the strategic level. That's why I brought out the Cybercrime Advisory Council, which is the main strategic body. And it spells out the responsibility of Office of National Security in terms of coordination. It brings out the responsibility of Officer of the Attorney General of the Federation, what role it plays in terms of interpreting of the law, and also how it can facilitate international collaboration in terms of making the law standardized across, so that at least it meets the international best practice. So you can see that you can't address issue of cybersecurity if you don't have that collaboration, both locally with the public, the private sector, the non-governmental organization, academia, the NGOs, and international community, which is very, very key. Just to give a thought and give you just a summary of overview of the whole collaborative framework that we have existing as far as cybersecurity is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We would like to take that a step further. If I get what you said clearly, you said we have a Cybercrime Advisory Council that actually sets up all the acts for cybersecurity. Now, according to ISACA and the international governing bodies, there is a lot of skill gap need within the sector. Sorry? Skill gap need within the sector. How is this collaboration within the interagency addressing this skill gap need? Because if the manpower capacity is not very high, the response to cyber threat will not be very effective and efficient. This collaboration, are you ensuring that in these agencies, they all are operating at the same level of technical capacity so that they can be very efficient and effective? Thank you. I think I'll direct that to him, sir.
Thank you very much. The representative of the Senate President, other distinguished senators. Before I answer that question, you know, it's not every time you have privilege to see the senators with you. I want to say that cyber is very expensive and it's a domain itself. As you all aware, there is a land domain, there's the maritime, the space, and the air domain. So if you want to, and cyber is the most fastest evolving domain. So the next 10 years, I foresee that if there's not enough funding for cyber, there's going to be serious issues. So I think the federal government or the National Assembly need to look at the funding of the cybersecurity as the way they are looking at funding either the land, maritime, or the space. After that, now you are talking about collaboration. As you are aware, cyber is something that you have to build capacity, build skills. It's not any ordinary, like any ordinary sector. So for us to collaborate, for instance, the NSA, the Office of the National Security Advisor, have given us the strategic direction. So that is why I was talking about funding. So you have to build capacity. How do you build capacity? Because you have to establish training institutions. And you also have to have certifications, international certifications. He has earlier mentioned that cyber has no borders. And for you to collaborate, it's not only locally, it has to be international. And when it has to be in international sector, you have to have international certifications. How do you build capacity for all those? That means you have to have institutions that are building capacity. Apart from institutions that are building capacity, you have to fund those institutions. For example, the Nigerian Army is the only institution so far that has opened a cyber warfare command. And I want to tell you that it's very difficult to fund that cyber warfare command because everything about the funding of the cyber warfare command is in foreign currency. And sometimes it's difficult for you to fund something that you are not seeing. If you are buying a tank or a vehicle or an aircraft, you see it physically. But how do you spend money on something that you are not seeing? So for you to convince any chief executive to fund your cyber is very, very difficult. So now, apart from the fact that we have a cyber warfare command, we have also established a cyber warfare school. In that cyber warfare school, what we're planning to do now, we're bringing other sectors to collaborate with other military and paramilitary organizations to build their capacity. Because so far we have built a lot of capacity for our officers and soldiers, and the cyber warfare school is up and running. And also, there are other agencies. We have collaborated with the the Bridge Institute, which is under NCC. We are also collaborating with NIDA on building capacity. So capacity building is continuous, not only locally, internationally. We have had calls to send a lot of our foreign officers on foreign certifications courses, either in India, UK, or US. So the only way you can be active in the cyberspace, that means you must continuously build capacity, particularly the young generation. As you are all aware, most of us, the smartphone, we made it. But our younger generations, they came and made the smartphone and the internet. So everybody is very active in the cyberspace. So the only way you can, mitigate and also benefit from the cyberspace, you have to continuously build capacity. And we're doing that, and also the Office of the National Security Advisor has conducted some seminars and also has facilitated collaboration in other places, like they have brought out the national security, cyber security policy. They have also conducted some seminars. So I think going forward, we need to do more in capacity building and also more collaboration. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much, sir. Just to actually give a recap, you actually identify funding challenge. Capacity building is actually a continuous thing. That means there's a need to have a talent pipeline where there's always a source, an oasis of talent to pull from to actually sustain the cyber need. Taking that forward, financial crimes and theft are part of one of the main things these perpetrators actually do when they attack cybersecurity. Most of them are actually financial based. Sir, that would bring up EFCC. In terms of collaboration, EFCC has been doing a lot to actually ward off the uprising threats with the cyber crime. Can you elucidate more on how EFCC is collaborating with all the agencies to achieve this, sir?
Your case is dead. Looking at some of the requests that we receive via MLAT, they come to Nigeria at least around 2 years after the crime has been committed. And then when you make requests to the telecom service providers, many times you encounter a brick wall because they have not stored that data. So all those issues are the issues we're trying to engage with them to see how we can address. And we all know that Nigerian cyber criminals are in this activities for one reason, to make money. So you have to have the stakeholders in the finance sector along with you. The CBN, we're collaborating with them. The banks, we are collaborating with them. SEC, we are collaborating with them. Because once the financial sector can either be the target of the breach, or it can be the avenue through which the proceed is laundered. So in either case, either as the victim or the tool through which funds are laundered, you need to have them on board so that they will be able to support you. Many a times we have encountered situations in which some staff of banks tend to, we are not saying that the banks themselves as entities are supporting this type of activities, but we encounter situations in which some staff of banks are the ones aiding the criminals to launder the process through the criminal activity and to evade detection. Now, looking at the decay in the moral fabric of the society that allows youth to participate in these kind of acts, because the society believes that once you make money, that's an end in itself. So we have civic engagement too. We engage the society. At religious level, we engage. At the level of traditional leaders, we also engage the society. So as we get their buy-in, we also talk to various public interest organizations to see how we can drive the message that these activities are not worth it, they have negative consequences, and as well, when one commits, we'll go all out to ensure that the person is held accountable. Like Dr. Fakandu mentioned, the issue of international cooperation. Many a times when the crime is initiated in Nigeria, the victim is somewhere else. So you find out that the evidence you need to prosecute and a lot of things related to the offense are in other jurisdictions. So you have to have some element of international cooperation to be able to succeed in the fight. Now this cooperation too may be at a level of agency to agency. Law enforcement agencies ought to be able to build some form of rapport with other agencies that you can talk on police to police or law enforcement level directly, so you can get evidence that will allow you to expedite action of your investigation before a formal request through MLAT is made. Now, coming to the issue of MLAT, the legislations themselves, you find out that to fight these things successfully, you have to have the judiciary on board. Many of the cases that we take before courts of law, we have to go talk to chief judges of some states, of the FCT, to ensure that our cases receive what expedited hearing. Some of these young men, once you arrest them, you grant them bail. If the case is not expedited, before you know it, they disappear. They leave you with only the surety. What will you do with the surety? So expedited treatment of the cases is important. The legislation itself there is a clamor for the review of the Cybercrime Act. When Senator Hadeja mentioned the issue of the Evidence Act that was amended in 2011, specifically Section 84, to allow for the admissibility of electronic evidence. Without that, we had a lot of challenges. We get evidence from criminals, tender it because, before a court of law, and then some form of objection is raised. There is little you can do. So, all these stakeholders, we believe, need to come in and play their role to ensure that the fight is successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, to you, is according to the Council, Cybercrime Advisory Council Act, in actually, I'm sure you had the lapses, and in actually ensuring that crimes are identified, the culprits or the perpetrators are actually brought to law in a faster and effective way. Does this particular act brings about like a SOC at the national level that can actually identify crime on a daily basis or mitigate crime and actually influence them? If there is one currently, how effective is their capacity?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. I have to touch on a couple of things and also answer your question. Now, the Act actually provides for the establishment of National Computer Emergency Response Team, which has been established since 2016. It has been working, it has been cooperating with all relevant organizations and agencies. Now, at the national level, when we get incidences, we do preliminary investigation. I'm the manager of the CERT. Yes. So we have the SOC within the CERT, we have the key components of the SOC, and we also give advisories. Now, when we get incidences, we send it, we do preliminary investigation, then we identify the type of incident itself and direct it to the relevant agency to handle and give us feedback, which we've been getting. Now, if it's a financial crime, it's sent to EFCC. If it's a normal crime, we send it to police or DSS, depending on the magnitude and the relevant agency that is responsible. So that's how it works, been working. And based on the provision of the policy and strategy, the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, it gives provision for the establishment of sectoral SATs. And why did he do that? So that at least you can have that coordinating responsibility at the center, and the sector SAT will now fuse into the national SAT, and you will now have that national visualization of cyber threats, on vulnerabilities and all that. Now, let me just give you an insight of, cutting across some of the issues that came out from the general that he mentioned and also Abba Sambo. Now, the policy gave provision for the establishment of National Cybersecurity Coordination Center. I'm taking up the revised policy now. Even the old policy made provisions for that. Now, the office has been doing all the responsibility as far as cybersecurity is concerned so far, but then the new strategy gave provision for the establishment of the coordination center. Now, under the coordination center, you have the National Cybersecurity Training Institute when it comes on board. Now, that Cybersecurity Training Institute is going to have that national outlook on developing capacity nationally, developing programs for capacity building across board. Does that make, I don't know if that one makes sense. That's for this side. Let me finish.
It's actually existing or will be?
It's the framework is with Mr. President right now for approval. It has been there since May. So once that approval is given, all those components come on board, just for you to know. Now that is one. Secondly, it also gave provision for establishment of the development of National Cybersecurity Incident Management Framework, national one, which we intend to do in the first quarter of next year. Now, the essence of that is the national site is going to be at the center. You have the sectoral site at the various agencies. Some of those sectoral sites are on board. And before they do that, they apply to the office. We give them guidance on what to do and all that. NCC site was just launched like 2 months ago. The site for the CBN has been there. The one for NIDA has been working. We have been collaborating together just for you to have a visualization of some of these ones that are springing. Now, at some point, if the National Cybersecurity Incident Management Framework is formed, which we intend to start in the first quarter of next year, it will be mandatory for those sectors to establish their sets for you to have a visualization. So that incident management is going to be you would not have that total visualization. But the national site has been working. We've been collaborating with other agencies, and things have been going on. That's one. Then secondly, on the issue of collaboration for cyber incidents, especially cybercrime investigation, like Sambo talked about, it has been a challenge ab initio since 2017 or so. We had those issues. Now, what we did was to have a committee that ONSA led in collaboration with NCC to look at how fast can the how fast can we get response when security agencies request for evidence, especially to facilitate their cybercrime investigation. So I think it was in 2019 or so, it was approved that we should develop a national cybersecurity a framework anyways, which is ongoing. We're going to develop that very soon. It was even discussed in the last meeting of the Cybercrime Advisory Council to go ahead and do that. Now, the framework is going to also get all these component part of it, and we're going to have that visualization. It's going to be like a portal. Immediate as you put your request, you get it. And everybody, and we have like access control to see whoever requests, is he having the permission to request? And we're going to have designated liaising officer for all those agencies, including the telcos, so that if there's an investigation, it's easier. So those framework are being put in place just for you to have that understanding. So the cooperation, it's been the challenges have been there, but there are plans on how to mitigate some of those challenges, just for you to have an idea that quite a number of things are coming up. That was one. Secondly, it was talking about collaboration with international organizations, particularly in terms of incident response. It's because we've been having some of those challenges, which is true. However, since 2019, we actually facilitated through the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation to push for our assent to international convention, which the US ambassador even mentioned. So we've gone through quite a number of processes to assent to the Budapest Convention, to the Malabo Convention, so that it will make things easy for us to facilitate cybercrime investigation across board. Because if you don't do that, if you don't meet those requirements and you have that assent, it's difficult for you to do that. That's true. Secondly, as I'm talking to you, I'm leaving on Saturday to UN. I'm a member of the committee for the UN convention for development of a UN committee to develop convention for cybercrime for globally. So we're meeting. So that one, if you don't make input as Nigerians, it's difficult for you to have a say to push your position. The meeting is starting on Monday. So just for you to have an idea that quite a number of things are coming up. If that convention in the UN is actually developed and is implemented, it makes it easier for all of us to collaborate across board. Because what we have existing now is the Budapest Convention. It's a European convention, it's not global. So the reason why we're even assenting, somebody asked me a question, why are we assenting to a European convention? I said, the reality is, it's easier for Europe to coordinate and collaborate in terms of cybercrime investigation. So for you to work with them, you have to have like a memorandum of understanding or something that is connecting you. And they said, okay, if you want us to help you, you have to assent to the Budapest Convention. So there are quite a number of benefits that are going, and we've been pushing for that. Once we get that done, at least it will make things easy in terms of cybercrime investigation across jurisdictions, just for you to understand, basically. Thank you very much.
I will still ask one more question. We all know that when it comes to mobile telecoms,
yes,
Nigeria is actually the main place. We have over 200 million subscribers currently.
Yes.
Everybody using phone. And because we're talking about fighting crime, you should look at the gadgets they use. Most of these crimes are done from the phone.
Yes, I agree with you.
Current innovation or policy actually making identification at the gadget level currently as part of the strategy, because if we have that already in place, it will help this. It will help your job easier. Is there anything like that in your interagency collaboration?
Yes, the Cybercrime Act, actually, the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy actually makes provision for every single aspect of cyber, because it's a multi-stakeholder driven that was used to develop the strategy. Now, some of these components in terms of awareness and drilling down some of the implementation of the act if you look at the implementation action plan of the strategy, it has responsibility for key stakeholders. And those responsibilities are actually established and developed based on the mandates of the various agencies.
Okay.
So if you look at, everybody has his own responsibility, who is to coordinate and all that. And what we need to do is to coordinate at the center, then ensure that we have key performance indicator to see how we are performing. So some of those things are actually captured in the strategy. When you drill it down to those key stakeholders that are responsible for it, they will get to the level that it needs to get.
Okay, sir.
Just for your
This
answer.
question is for you, sir. In other countries, the cyber command encapsulates all the, you have the cyber command. Under the cyber command, there's the naval, there is the army, there is air force, there is the police. They all actually, like what they are doing at the national, they all take base from the cyber command. They have representatives. Do we have something like that in Nigeria, that actually every part of the military is actually in the cyber warfare command, and they're actually taking active fight in terms of communication, collaboration, and mitigating cyber threats currently?
Thank you very much. Now, presently as it is, all the other services have some elements of cyber department, even not necessarily cyber command. The only organization that has cyber command is the army. But there are active departments that are playing cyber security role both in the Nigerian Navy and the Nigerian Air Force. And also you know that under the defense headquarters we have what we call Defense Space Administration. So they have a department on cyber, and we are collaborating. Presently, today, in fact, there is a committee that is inaugurated today to look at how we coordinate our cyber activities in DSA. I'm a member, but because I have to be here, I sent my chief of staff to attend. So in the security sector, in the defense sector, there's a lot of collaborations and capacity building going on. The other aspect I want to talk on, to add on what you have said, is legislation, particularly on privacy. We know that many countries have strong legislations, particularly Europe, on privacy. Locally, we have the representative of Meta. She came up here to speak. And now you are aware that we are faced with a lot of challenges in the spicer space, particularly on the social media. For example, Meta came over here and spoke. They have a lot of platforms where people, millions of people send a lot of information. So I think what our legislators need to do, they need to look at a lot of our privacy and social media issues to see that they have done a lot of legislation. It is done worldwide. I'm aware that Meta has one of their biggest locations is in Europe, and I know that they have a lot of issues, privacy issues in Europe. I think most of their biggest headquarters is in Ireland. I know how much they pay, and I know the challenges they face. They cannot do so many things. But here, those are foreign companies. We cannot hold them. So I think we need to do a lot of legislation so that we can manage our affairs when it comes to cyber crime and also disinformation and misinformation properly. So I don't know whether I've answered your question on defense.
You actually said that the different agencies have a kind of cyber department ongoing, and they're actually collaborating, but the army actually has gone ahead to set up a proper cyber warfare command. And you said DSA actually has a cyber warfare command, the army and the Navy. I think my next question goes to you, sir. At the banking sector, that's the financial sector, is there any SOC that actually works with you at CFCC to actually fight cyber crime at the banking sector, maybe at the bank level or at the CBN level? I'm sure if that existed, to make your job easier.
The answer for now is no. But let me take you back to 2014. 2014, under the auspices of the Nigerian Electronic Fraud Forum, the CBN sponsored a committee that I was part of. We went to South Africa and understudied their South African Banking Risk Information Center. They call it SABRIC. It was a fusion center, the SOC, and then there's a law enforcement component to it. As soon as a breach takes place in the finance sector, it's immediately sent to that center. And then there is a team of law enforcement officers there that respond immediately. It has a dedicated digital forensic lab within. So you have the investigators, you have the digital forensic lab, you have the law enforcement component, and you have the feed from all these sectors coming in. So there was a proposal to create what is called NIBRIC here in Nigeria. But to be honest, it hasn't taken off. I know, the last I know of it, the meeting I attended, a consultant was appointed for the project. But since that time, so far, nothing has happened. All we have is the one-to-one communication that we have. As soon as something happens, they let us know directly and then we respond. But as far as center,
I don't know if I should just add to that. What you asked him maybe is incident response from between CBN and that. But the truth is, the CBN has an ISOC that we actually collaborated and developed. They have an ISOC, which is a SOC, and it was established since we started the work in 2019. Okay. Yeah. Then we facilitated the development of cybersecurity risk management framework, which they've been using to implement on issues of cybersecurity since 2019. You can find out that. And some of the banks have also SOCs. So maybe the reporting mechanism to FCC is not through the SOC most of the times. Maybe that's why Abasambo doesn't know, but I think they have SOC. And as I'm talking to you, they've gone far in the establishment of their CSAT, of the sectorial CERT, that I can tell you for free. So they've done that. So that for you to know that the SOC is available, we've been working with them, we've been communicating and all that with the national CERT, just for you to have that visualization.
I think this discussion will not be complete if I don't ask this question. With regards the telecom sector, unfortunately, there's nobody on ground to ask. There is actually this thought. It's regarding the telecom sector. There's this stuff called man in the middle attack. Sorry, what are you implementing? And it's actually on the rise. It's on the rise due to gadgets coming in. How are you actually, what policies or interagency collaboration are you ensuring that the man in the middle is a real man in the middle, not a malicious man in the middle? Because these are MNO infrastructures being infiltrated in real time, and people's privacy are actually being had access to.
Yes, thank you very much. I think if I may make this clear, the telecom sector and the banking sector are the most proactive as far as cybersecurity is concerned in this country now, because we've been working with them for a very long time in that perspective. Now, some of the key challenges we've identified, especially with mobile phones and the telecom infrastructure, is the driving force for them establishing their CERT. Their CERT is established, and they have that complete visualization now. What they are doing is to enforce compliance for their constituents, to make sure they establish their SOCs, to connect to them. So those kind of challenges are actually going to be reduced to the minimum when those things are completed. But for now, they have that visualization. And I think NCC is aware, and they've been handling that, and will be communicating just in case it gets above certain threshold that they need our assistance in the national CERT.
I think you actually took the question from my mouth.
Yes.
Because one thing is at NCC level, the other thing is at the MNO level.
Yes.
And I'm aware as a telco, as a former telco RF specialist, that the telcos don't have SOC, they just have NOC.
That's why I'm telling you that there's the plan to do that.
Okay, sir.
I said the NCC has established their CERT. Now there's going to be that enforcement for them to have those SOCs, so that you have
at the MNO level.
At the MNO level. Those are the constituents I'm talking about.
Okay, we are actually coming to the end of this particular panel section. We've been able to actually deduce that the government agencies actually have an active interagency collaboration. There is an ongoing capacity building, which is still is a continuous thing. And from the banking financial sector, there are policies already in play for necessary SOCs to be implemented to actually check cybercrime at the individual level. Thank you all for this panel session, and thanks for actually attending the session.
Sorry, sir. Please, at this point, we'll be taking questions from the audience. So you just take a moment.
Okay. So anybody that has a question can. Sir?
Thank you very much. Questions or comments, especially as related to the representative of Nigeria, and we were talking about the legislators are here. We have project issues, and just to let you know that as it is, security takes only lives of national government or the being. What happens is that a lot of us are in different committees, just like the chairman of the earlier in the morning. My being a committee on airport, also a member of the Army, and the defense committee, and then the ICT committee, based on its mandate, also go around almost all the security agencies, including immigration, to try to ascertain their level of compliance and so on and so forth. What you find out inevitably is that there's a very, very big difference. Everybody wants the same thing. Everybody wants the same thing, and if you have a situation where you have a budget issue or content issue, then a lot of times you have to sit down and clearly prioritize or refer to defense, who has an oversight role on the especially the armed forces, to come in and tell us, which to fund and which to defer. Because there's just simply no way that, give you an example, tracking devices. Everybody wants, at a point in time, I think 2 years ago, mobile tracking devices. The police have it. I don't know whether EFCC has it, but certainly, and you now begin to ask yourself, is it not possible to pull these resources together and have maybe one central body under the NSS office coordinating that aspect? We've heard a lot now about the policies in place, the Cyber Crimes Act, the SOX, the search, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to actual application of interagency cooperation, I think we still have a long way to go. The man from NCC was talking about, they're just about to set up now an MOU with the NCC. The NCC, by its role, should be able to provide a repository of data that everybody can tap into. It doesn't have to be data that is at the highest level of security. Yes, there are certain things that you might not defer to, maybe, if I could use the word, a civilian agency like the NCC. NIDA by its role has the competence and the expertise to do a lot of those things. It's simply a question of allowing it based on various security levels, to handle some of those things on behalf of everybody. And, for those that are considered very, very sensitive, maybe, upper level clearance from the NSS office or something. We took a visit to the Nigerian Immigration Office. And the data center they are setting up there, the cost of almost 8 billion, is state of the art. And it is a shame to have that kind of capacity restricted only to Nigerian Immigration Service, for example, because maybe the police or the DMI think that no, they cannot go to immigration, which is considered border protection, to collect it. But the data is there and it is real. So I think we need to have a situation where we all come together under a platform, whether it's NIDA, whether it's a collaboration between NSA and the NCC, to find out which agencies we can defer some of this, certainly for something like, most of it is data now. If you don't have the data, you might not be able to respond in a timely manner, or you might not be able to make the connection when it comes to crimes. And, we're getting to a point where, for example, the financial sector now, they have tried on their own, and we are now beginning to see more of a reliability on private sector to provide that level of security for them. Certainly it makes no sense for me as a bank who is under attack every day to have a whole team of people dedicated to stopping that. If I can get somebody that will guarantee that 99% of the time, they have the capacity to give me that protection, and even if I am hacked, there's a time frame they'll give me for recovery. And I pay them for their services and go. We might not have that level in the security sector for obvious reasons, but I think there are certain declassified information and data that are best handled by people who have the capacity to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I just want to respond to the...
Maybe let me just ask my question, then you can respond to all. Thank you very much. Officer, let me start by commending the discussants for an insightful interaction. The need for interagency collaboration cannot be overemphasized. I want us to look more critically at the things militating against interagency collaboration. Do you think there's something the legislature can do through lawmaking to help in this interagency collaboration? Do you think there's something the parliament can do through oversight? Those are our major areas of intervention. Do you think there's something we can do through oversight to encourage interagency collaboration? Because moving forward, I want us to have a takeaway on this subject matter. So if you're able to give us more insight into this, I think it will be better for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think in addition to what the representative of the Senate President has just said, I want to see it in a summary form that in an economy that the resources is not available, in an economy that largely depends on loans and all that, and we are seeing a kind of duplications. And in ICT, there are a lot of opportunities that we can utilize. There are a lot of way of minimizing cost. My question is this: is there mean that we don't have trust in singling out one agency where all of us can warehouse our information, our data, that we can access it at any time? I know quite okay, particularly those of us, those of you in security agencies. I know you have a lot of confidential issues that we might not want to share with. What we're saying here is there no way? We have agencies like NIDA, we have Galaxy Backbone, and we have actually gone around all your socks. When you are here, what you see here is what you see here is what you see here. So virtually, we are duplicating all these machineries and equipment. So is there no way at all that we can come together and collaborate? Because we are talking of collaboration among agencies now, where we can share information, where we can share data, where we can share intelligence. I think all these are what we are talking about. For example, if you go to NIMSI is producing cards, immigration, the same thing, road safety, the same thing, and all that. You know, in some countries, with one card, you have all what you want. With one data, you have all what you want. Is it not possible here in Nigeria that we can collaborate in that manner, where one agency can be trusted and all of us can rally around that agency and minimize cost, and we can use this money for other things that we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished, for those contributions. Now, sir, the thing is that, you know, there are some things that are done at the strategic, operational, and at the tactical level when you look at our operations. There are some things that, for example, the Air Force, the Navy, or the Army may need immediately at the tactical level. And if you want to get it at the strategic level, maybe until you get to the answer, it takes time. Because sometimes there are some things you need to act immediately. That is why every entity, every MDA, at least at the security level, must have certain level of its cyber command. Now, it is worldwide, anywhere. Even right now, I'm aware that in the United States, for example, there's a struggle for cyber to have a service chief. But I know that the Navy, which is the most advanced in cyber in the US, the Army and the Air Force and the National Guard, everybody is holding on to their cyber because they need those things. There are some things they need at the tactical level. So that is why it is still important, even there is something at the central level, these other organizations must have some elements so that they can act immediately at the tactical level. So for interagency collaboration, so I visited that wonderful immigration ICT center. I was conducted by their retired Controller General, and I was highly impressed. And we are now leveraging on it, because if you are in that center, you have access to Ilela. You have, they have, all their radios are connected to their various points. And when I visited that, we even have, okay, there is even an understanding now that they will be sending their personnel to Nigerian Army Cyber Warfare School for capacity building, because they have a fantastic infrastructure. But I think what we observed that when we visited, the capacity is not as built as us. So there's a lot of collaboration. That is true, it's even through the back channel, and that is what we require. And for us to have strong interagency collaboration, there's a need, like what the ONSA is doing now, for a common place where we are going to train together, including every sector, private sector, because everybody is into cyber. So when you train together, you know each other. It is easy for you to pick a call and call this one, oh, we are seeing this thing. I want to report an incident which we collaborated recently with the EFCC. There was a picture that was trending recently where they were showing that somebody, that some EFCC staff were snapping with one celebrity, which was fake. And it was my office that detected that. I don't even want to expose it here. And we made it to EFCC now, and we're happy EFCC just released a press release, because we have some facility there we can detect certain things. So the only way we can collaborate further is, like I said, training, and also continuous, like what we have forums, whereby we know ourselves. But at present, I think the ONSA is doing a lot, bringing us together, and we need that standardized training place where everybody will go. And also so that there will be a lot of understanding between us. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. I don't know if I will take the questions. Thank you, sir. Distinguished senators, for the questions. I want to ride on what the general just discussed. Now, in 2018-2019, the National Security Advisor set up a committee to develop a framework for information sharing for all the security and law enforcement agencies. And the essence is to just talk about what you did, what you just brought out. And I think I'll make a personal request that we send maybe a memo to the senators directly for confidentiality of the information therein, so that you begin to understand, because there's more to that than this. That's one. And secondly, to answer the distinguished question, Sir, if you really want interagency cooperation, we're also going to send a specific memo to that from the office. However, sir, we need the review of the National Security Agencies Act. As urgent as possible, sir, if you want to achieve that. I'm being very, very honest with you. And the NSA has been clamoring for that for a very long time. And there are quite a number of issues. I'm saying this, but I think the details will be forwarded to you. Sir, that is the answer to that, the review of the National Cybersecurity Agencies Act. Because it's long overdue, sir, and I think the NSA can give input on that, basically. Then on the issue of capacity building, so if you look at the Cybercrime Act, Section 41, the Office of National Security Advisor actually has the mandate to develop capacity for law enforcement agencies on cybersecurity and cybercrime. Now, in doing that mandate, in implementing that mandate, we did, for 2018, 2019, we built a lot of capacity, over 200 for law enforcement agencies on cybercrime investigation alone. On cybercrime investigation, just to support what the general said. And there are plans to do quite a number of that, especially with the review of the act, with the review of the strategy. And I think if a communique is coming out from this conference, direct to the office, pointing out at some of those issues coming out from here, I think the NSA is more than happy to implement some of those things. So these kind of things are things that are going to, it's going to be a springboard. That's one. Secondly, the distinguished senator, chairman of the on ICT and cybercrime of the Senate, actually emphasized on cooperation between ONSA and the Senate, which we are more than willing to do, especially now that things are getting bad. So I think if we enhance that cooperation, I think most of these things will be resolved through the back door, the front door, and all that. I think that's my answer to your listing. Thank you very much, sir.
I think we have come to the end of this session, and thanks all for listening. I will hand over to the anchor of this program to take over from here. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for all of our panelists. I believe you can, sorry, sir. Please, you may stand to take a group photograph right here, sir. The chairman, sir. Please, photographs. Yeah, they're around. All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for all of our panelists. Please put your hands together for all of our panelists. Thank you very much. So we just finished the session, a panel discussion that bordered on the collaborative efforts of the various security agencies to mitigate against the evolving cyber threats within the Nigerian cyber space. So we want to thank our panelists, Colonel Dr. Bala Fakondu, representing the Office of the National Security Advisor. Also, to thank Brigadier General Abubakar Adamu, the Commandant, Nigerian Army Cyber Warfare Command, representing the Chief of Army Staff. And of course, we thank Abba Sambo, representing EFCC. Please, a round of applause to them once again. Our next session is going to be a paper presentation and it's going to be done online. I want to confirm from the technical team that the resource person is ready. Okay, thank you very much. This paper presentation is going to be about securing the Nigerian cyberspace, the cursory look at the legislation, policies, and framework that govern Nigeria's cyberspace. To present this paper is cybersecurity experts from Cyber Dynamics Nigeria. Please welcome Mr. Victor Emmanuel Kulok as he presents the paper. Technical, please. I crave your indulgence, please. Presenting this paper is Sheye Banjoko, is a senior partner, CLP Legal. Please put your hands together as is revealed on the screen. I believe it's ready. It's not ready. Okay, it's coming in the physical space. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sheye Banjoko. Sorry, please.
Distinguished senators, ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully adopt the existing protocol? My name is Sheye Banjoko, and I'm a partner with CLP Legal, a full-service commercial law firm with offices all over Nigeria. Let me quickly thank the Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime for inviting me today to discuss this topic, securing the Nigerian cyberspace, a cursory look at the legislation, policies, and framework that govern our cyberspace. I'll be looking at this topic under the umbrella of the theme for the conference, the digital theater and the future of Nigeria. So, like every other country in the world, Nigeria's future is intertwined with developments in the cyberspace. Accordingly, there is a continuing need to develop laws in this area. And now, the difficulty will come when you realize that in developing these laws, Parliament must keep an eye on national security while firmly fixing the other eye on the ease of doing business and progressive public policy. So before we talk about what laws are needed, let me just delve into the existing laws and speak about them in what I hope will be a prelude to discussing the laws that will now be required. In the world over today, businesses and transactions are conducted over the internet. There's a global shift from the traditional paper and shelf mode of receiving, processing, and storing information to an online one. Basically, we live in an age where information technology enhances almost every area of our lives. The internet has the effect of blurring time and geographical space. Now, the enormous benefits which the internet offers are, however, not without a price. So today, we continue to battle the proliferation and perpetration of criminal activities online. Now, common cyber crimes will include criminal hacking, phishing, cyber stalking, cyber squatting, software piracy, spoofing, e-bank theft, and so on. Now, given the wide application of technology, Nigerian cyberspace forms an integral and indispensable pillar of national and economic security. Now, this makes it imperative that the cyberspace is safeguarded through the instrumentality of legislation, public policies, and effective regulatory framework. Now, let me quickly start with the first and perhaps the most important law that guides or governs our laws. The 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as amended, provides for the right to privacy as a fundamental human right. Now, Section 37 of that Constitution provides that the privacy of citizens, their homes, correspondence, telephone conversations, and telegraphic communications is hereby guaranteed and protected. Now, what does the constitutional provision have to do with cybersecurity? Sensitive information is shared every day. It's transmitted, stored in the cyberspace. Now, an unsecured cyberspace poses the danger of a breach of the fundamental right of the privacy of citizens. And so the sensitive nature of fundamental rights is one that calls for a concerted effort in protection of such rights. And the ground norm of our laws does just that by guaranteeing the privacy of citizens. Now I'm going to speak to the other general laws which guide and regulate the cyberspace. Now, prior to the enactment of the Cybercrimes Act, there was no specific legislation that dealt with cybercrimes in Nigeria. And so the prosecution of cyber-related offenses was managed under the general laws like the Criminal Code Act, the Penal Code laws of the states in northern Nigeria, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Act, the Money Laundering Prohibition Act, the Advanced Fee Fraud and Other Related Offenses Act of 2006, and so on. Now, under the Criminal Code Act, offenses which constitute cybercrimes can be prosecuted under the provisions of that code under the traditional crimes of stealing, identity fraud, piracy, and so on. Now, specifically, Section 382 to 390 of the Criminal Code deals with stealing. Section 418 to 420 deals with cheating and obtaining property by false pretenses, and so on. Now, there are similar provisions under the Penal Code laws of the states in northern Nigeria. Then there's the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission Act, which established the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission and designed it as Nigeria's financial intelligence unit with the responsibility of enforcement of all the laws dealing with economic and financial crimes. Now, the EFCC under Section 7.2 is charged with the enforcement of Money Laundering Act, the Advanced Fee Fraud, and other fraud-related offenses Act, the Failed Banks Recovery of Debts Act, and the Financial Malpractices in Banks Act. Now, an important function of the Commission as provided in Section 6B is that the EFCC shall be responsible for the investigation of all financial crimes, including advanced fee fraud, money laundering, and so on. The Advanced Fee Fraud Act of 2006 criminalizes obtaining property from another person in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, or inducing a person to deliver property to someone within or outside Nigeria, or to obtain by false pretenses. It also mandates electronic communication service providers to obtain details necessary for identification of their customers. Now, these general laws on crimes were, however, not sufficient to address the rise in cybercrimes in Nigeria. And this necessitated the enactment of a specific law dealing with cybercrime. And there came the Cybercrimes Prohibition and Prevention Act of 2015. Now, clearly in recognition of the times, the Nigerian Parliament passed the Cybercrime Prohibition and Prevention Act 2015 into law in 2015 with the objective of providing an effective, unified, and comprehensive legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for the prohibition, prevention, detection, prosecution, and punishment of cybercrimes in Nigeria. It also has the objective of ensuring the protection of critical national information infrastructure and the promotion of cybersecurity and the protection of computer systems and networks, electronic communications, data and computer programs, intellectual property, and privacy rights. Now, this act, which is the first specific law on cybercrime in Nigeria, has a general application throughout the Federation. The Act creates and defines several offenses which were hitherto not expressly provided for under any legislation in the country. The Act criminalizes and prohibits the offenses of unlawful access to a computer system, unlawful system interference, unlawful interception or misdirection of electronic messages, tampering with official national structure, computer-related forgeries, theft of electronic devices, cyber terrorism, internet fraud, identity theft and impersonation, and so many others. Now, the President, on the recommendation of the National Security Advisor, is empowered to, by an order published in the Federal Gazette, designate certain computer systems and network programs and data as constituting critical national information infrastructure. Now, the President may prescribe minimum standards, guidelines, rules of procedure in respect of such critical national information infrastructure. And by Section 58 of the Act, critical infrastructure means systems and assets which are so vital to the country that the destruction of such systems and assets would have an impact on the security, national economic security, national public health, and safety of the country. Now, the Terrorism Prevention Act of 2011, as amended, made no provision for cyber terrorism-related offenses. However, Section 18 of the Cyber Crimes Prevention and Prohibition and Prevention Act 2015 provides for the offense of cyber terrorism while adopting the definition of terrorism under the Terrorism Prevention Act. Section 19.3 of the Act provides that financial institutions must, as a duty to their customers, put in place effective counter-fraud measures to safeguard their sensitive information. Where a security breach occurs, however, the proof of negligence lies on the customer to prove the financial institution in question could have done more to safeguard its information integrity. By this provision, an aggrieved customer cannot rely on the principles of res ipsa loquitur, which means that the facts speak for itself in establishing negligence of such a financial institution. Furthermore, the customer may not be in a good position to know the internal workings and operations of the financial institution, and this therefore places an onerous burden on the customer. It is our suggestion that this burden be placed on the financial institution to show not only that it puts a counter-fraud measure in place, but that it could not have done anything further and necessary to safeguard its information integrity where a breach occurs. Now, also worthy of note is the seeming duplication of the functions of existing regulation of financial institutions like banks as well as service providers. Section 37 imposes on financial institutions an obligation to properly identify customers before executing electronic transactions. This overlaps with the existing function of the Central Bank of Nigeria as the regulator of financial institutions under the Banks and Other Financial Institutions Act and the Central Bank of Nigeria Act. Furthermore, Section 38 to 40 of this Act imposes some duties on service providers in respect of handling subscribers' data, which also overlaps with the regulatory functions of the Nigerian Communication Commission under the NCC Act. This overlap would have been of little consequence if the Cybercrime Advisory Council, being the enforcement agency under the Act, as the Act makes for a representation of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the NCC in the Cybercrime Advisory Council. However, this is not the case. The function of the council is largely one of idea sharing and policy formulation. The gentleman who spoke earlier had spoken to this issue and the functions of that commission. And so the enforcement agency under the Act is therefore not clear. The definition under Section 58 of the Act is vague, and the Office of the National Security Advisor is given the function of coordinating all security and law enforcement agencies under the Act, and presumably should empower an enforcement agency for this Act. It was interesting to hear the gentleman from the NSA who spoke a few minutes ago and had mentioned that he was hoping that there would be a National Cyber Security Agencies Act. It would appear that if there was such an act, we would then have an enforcement agency that could actually, push the policy requirements under the Act forward. Now, cybercrime by its nature can be perpetrated by a person in a state in another foreign state. Now, the calls for international cooperation in the fight against cyber crimes, although this calls for international cooperation in the fight against cyber crimes. Although cooperation between Nigeria and other countries in the fight against cybercrime is encouraged by the Act, whether or not any bilateral or multilateral agreement exists between Nigeria and the other country, the requirement for international cooperation is not binding on all the other countries. Nigeria is therefore encouraged to become a signatory to the Budapest Convention, which settles the issue of international cooperation in the fight against cybercrimes, as it ensures that member states cooperate to checkmate the activities of cyber criminals whenever and wherever they occur. The Act does not make provision for criminalization of the breach of any intellectual property rights, such as copyright, and the intention of the legislature might as well be that the owner of such a right should seek a civil redress of such a breach. It would, however, be a welcome development to criminalize a breach of an intellectual property right over the cyberspace. This is in addition to the right of the owner of such intellectual property rights to institute that civil action, and would help strengthen the intellectual property rights regime in Nigeria. Now, I'm going to speak to the Nigerian National Security Strategy of 2019. The Nigerian National Security Strategy of 2019 document recognizes that the nation is vulnerable to cyber attacks. It recognizes that the 4 major areas of cyber threats with significant capacity to cause considerable damage to our security and economy include cybercrime, cyber espionage, cyber conflict, and cyber terrorism. The potential use of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, blockchain technology, and cloud computing could change the shape of future cyber threats. It further recommends that the country must be prepared for the disruptive impact of these emerging technologies and would therefore require a government-led approach in close collaboration with the private sector. And so there is a National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy of 2021. Now, this document is made as an all-inclusive policy and strategy framework which focuses on strengthening cybersecurity governance and coordination and fosters the protection of critical national information infrastructure, enhancing incident response, strengthening legal and regulatory frameworks, developing cyber defense capabilities, promoting the digital economy, improving assurance monitoring, and fostering regional and international cooperation. The document, which is a review of the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy of 2014, is expected to serve as a strategic roadmap for all stakeholders to come together and drive the attainment of the national security objectives. Now, the document identifies the major cyber threats to Nigeria as online, child abuse, cyber crimes, election interference, pandemic-induced cyber threats, online gender exploitation, cyber terrorism, and other cyber threats. The document identifies the weaknesses and vulnerabilities in the Nigerian cybersecurity ecosystem and as shortfalls in human resources, capacity development, accessibility to digital technology, research, and development. It, however, recognizes that the nation's strength as the commitment of the government strategic programs and initiatives of the government, and a proactive and informed private sector. Now, the 12 pillars of strategic focus include enhancing cyber defense capability, enhancing international cooperation, promoting a thriving digital economy, assurance monitoring and evaluation, strengthening the legal and regulatory framework, enhancing cybersecurity incident management, strengthening the cybersecurity governance and coordination, and fostering protection of critical and national information infrastructure. The identified critical and national information infrastructure are power and energy, water, ICT, banking, finance and insurance, health, public administration, education, defense and security, transport, food as well as agriculture, safety and emergency services, industrial and manufacturing, and mines and steel. Now, the NCPS recommends the establishment of a National Cybersecurity Coordination Center to serve as the focal point for cybersecurity incident monitoring and responses in line with Section 41 of the Cybercrimes Act of 2015. Now, the NCPS also seeks to establish a National Digital Forensic Laboratory and a National Offenders Register. The forensic lab will be under the NCC and shall have facilities for digital forensic investigation and incident gathering. The NCPS is to be reviewed every 5 years to meet up with the ever-changing cyberspace with an annual performance report on implementation of the strategies. By this, the document addresses the problem of monitoring and evaluation, which was absent in the 2014 edition. Now, the document recommends the amendment and harmonization of the existing legislation on cyber crimes. The amendment is to consider the following areas. 1, penalties for breaches or disruption to critical national infrastructure, timelines for cyber incident reporting, regulation of cybersecurity provision, identity theft, enhanced enforcement of cybersecurity legislation, lawful interception, child and gender online protection, review of penalties, allotment of powers to NCC to coordinate national cybersecurity and to anchor investigation of cyber breaches. Although the NCPS have made a laudable attempt at laying down strategies for securing the Nigeria cyberspace, implementation is the next focus. The recommendations and strategies without implementation go to no issue. It is therefore encouraged that implementation, monitoring, and evaluation be given a primary focus to ensure that the document does not suffer the same fate as the 2014 edition. The Nigeria Data Protection Regulation of 2019 is another policy framework. Now, Section 6 of the NITDA Act statutorily mandates NTDA to develop regulations for electronic governance and monitor the use of electronic data interchange, and other forms of electronic communication transactions as an alternative to paper-based methods in government, commerce, education, the private and public sectors, labor, and other fields, where the use of electronic communication may improve the exchange of data and information. Pursuant to this, the agency issued the regulation. The NDPR contains provisions of which compliance with would help safeguard the personal data of data subjects processed over the cyberspace. As a governing principle, the NDPR requires that personal data be secured against all foreseeable hazards and breaches such as theft, cyber attacks, viral attacks, dissemination, manipulation of any kind, damage. It accordingly provides that anyone authorized with personal data owes a duty of care to the data subject. Anyone involved in data processing or the control of data shall develop security measures to protect data. Such measures include, but are not limited to, protecting systems from hackers, setting up firewalls, storing data securely with access to specific authorized individuals, employing data encryption technology, developing organizational policy for handling personal data and other sensitive or confidential data, as well as protection of emailing systems and continuous capacity building for staff. No data shall be obtained except the specific purpose of collection is made known to the data subject. There are very many protective guidelines under the NDPR, and I will not bore you with going into all of them now. I'll go straight to the Nigeria National Cybersecurity Framework. The National Information Technology Development Agency came up with a framework in December 2019. The purpose of this framework is to prescribe guidance for public and private sector organizations for instituting measures for enshrining cybersecurity culture and enthroning cyber resilience in Nigeria. Chapter 1 in the framework makes it imperative for organizations to determine their as-is state, which is the current state of an organization in terms of information technology, and then their to-be state, which is, and this is to be done by self-assessment by a multi-stakeholder committee adopting any model of the Carnegie Mellon Software Engineering Institute, Octave, CCTA risk analysis and management methods. Chapter 2 adopts the approach of the United States National Institute of Standards and Technology, Cybersecurity Framework, and makes it mandatory that organizations internalize functions under the model. These functions are the identify, protect, detect, respond, recover, and procure function. Organizations are also expected to put in place cybersecurity governance by instituting structures that will drive cybersecurity activities in the organization. The Nigeria Communications Commission guidelines for internet service providers also exist. Now, the guidelines contain provisions which, if strictly adhered to, can help address the issue of cybercrimes. This is because of the role of the internet being the platform on which cybercrimes take place. According to the guidelines, ISPs must ensure that users are informed of any statements of cybercrime prevention or acceptable internet use published by the Commission or any other authority, and that failure to comply with these acceptable use requirements may lead to criminal prosecution, including with respect to unlawful access or fraudulent use of a computer, identity theft, impersonation of unauthorized disclosure of access codes, unlawful interception of any form of system interference, violation of intellectual property rights, and for any other use for unlawful purpose, including terrorism, promoting racial, religious, or other hatred or unlawful sexual practices. The Central Bank of Nigeria also has a draft risk-based cybersecurity framework and guidelines for deposit money banks and payment service providers. The framework provides a risk-based approach to managing cybersecurity risk and comprises 6 parts: cybersecurity governance and oversight, cybersecurity risk management system, cyber resilience assessment, cybersecurity operations resilience, cyber threat intelligence, and metrics monitoring and reporting. Non-compliance with the provisions of the framework attracts appropriate sanctions as may be determined by the CBN from time to time. I'm going to try to just wrap this up now by saying that there is definitely a need to address the issues raised already in this paper by legislative approach to maintain the confidence and integrity of Nigeria's cyberspace. There is a general framework in place for securing the Nigerian cyberspace, but whether the framework is sufficient from a legislative point of view is arguable, as the laws do not appear to be in consonance with current realities. There are a lot of guidelines and non-legislative efforts, and therefore legislation needs to catch up. It's very clear from the conversations which had been held before that the office of the NSA and the Parliament, perhaps through this Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, need to work together to draw up the necessary legislation. Thank you for your time, and I hope that I've been able to bring some clarity.
Please, we'll take about 5 minutes to entertain questions and answers, please.
Thank you very much, sir, for that elaborate, detailed, and insightful breakdown of some of these legal and regulatory frameworks. I observed that you actually mixed up the 2014 and 2021 National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy in terms of the thematic areas, that's the pillars, and also some of the components, but that's beside. Most of the observations you raised were very, very valid, and especially the content of the new strategy that talked about the amendment of the Cybercrime Act because of some of these gray areas. It clarifies that we need to amend the Act. And the National Cybercrime Advisory Council, just for you to have an update, because some of the things that are happening in the office you are not privy to, so that at least you have an update, the efforts that the office is making already on some of these issues. The strategy was launched, the new strategy was launched on 23rd of February 2021. And one of the key issues with the previous strategy was there was no even implementation action plan on it. And I led the team that developed the implementation action plan for the 2014 strategy in 2017. And instead of implementing that, we decided, okay, why don't you review it, because the review is closer. And that's why the new strategy is more comprehensive. We implement action plan, a responsibility for stakeholders within the implementation action plan. And the key points that you've mentioned, especially the review of the strategy, the amendment of the Act, was discussed in the last Cybercrime Advisory Council on the 13th. And on the 13th of September, we had another council meeting last week, which also facilitates the implementation, the review of the strategy. Inputs from stakeholders are already coming because we've got various inputs already. And the deadline we gave for submission of input was last week. But because of the depths and people were requesting for extension on contribution on input to review the strategy, we've extended that. And just to add to the content of it, just to give you an update so that at least you know where we've gone and where we are. And as the representative of the NSA said the other time, the key component of the action plan, one, the development of a protection plan and guidelines for critical information infrastructure protection has gone far. The identified critical infrastructure are right now with the Mr. President for append, and once it's done, anytime now, the development of protection plan will start first quarter of next year to facilitate development of protection plan and compliance, just to address Section 3 and 4 of the Act. Now, the issue of the establishment of National Cybersecurity Coordination Center has gone far. The framework has been submitted to Mr. President in May, including executive order for approval. Once that one is done, the component part of the NCCC, which is National Cybersecurity Coordination Center, like you said, not the Act, because you said National Cybersecurity Act, Coordination Act, no. It's the establishment of National Cybersecurity Coordination Center provided in the strategy to coordinate the activities of cybersecurity in the country. Just for you to update. If you need more update, there are quite a number of things we've done on the implementation of the new strategy so far, quite a number, including the sensitization workshop that we did for 7 sectors across the economy. Now, the objective of that sensitization was to guide stakeholders that have responsibilities in the implementation action plan to know what to do to implement the strategy. Because they need to understand the ab initio. What do we do as stakeholders, because we have responsibility in the implementation action plan? What do we do to implement this strategy? So that was done. We completed the one for the Judiciary and National Assembly on the 2nd of December last week. We started on the first week of September. We're doing that every other week to implement. Just to have an idea that quite a lot has gone from that February, has been done from that February till date to make sure the energy and the strive in ensuring that we fully implement this strategy is quite unprecedented, and we're doing well in that respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Libby.
Thank you so much. I am Air Commodore A.F. Bulus from the Defense Headquarters. The Chairman, Senate Committee on ICT and Cybercrime, sir. Mine is actually a small contribution from the first panel discussion and to add up to this last presentation. I recall the effort from the Senate Committee on how we can harmonize the various information technology platforms from all the MDAs, and also the rationale behind saving cost if that is done. I think basically I want to lend my voice to the committee's thinking, in the sense that there are base data that can actually be shared by all MDAs. And just like it was agreed, if a decision is taken such that those base data are domiciled with an identified organization, then it will be easy, because individual organizations operate different specified work processes that require specific data or information of the various individuals. As such, they could scale down the implementations of their platform such that it only holds those critical information that is necessary for them to perform their peculiar duties, while the base data is given to the organization that will run the centralized database system. Then to the lecture that just took place, I listened keenly, and I think on the enforcement lacuna raised by the presenter from the Cybercrime Advisory Council. I am a member, and I make bold to say that there are actually subcommittees, and the Cybercrime Advisory Council is made up of all the different MDAs, drawing specialists from almost all the different sectors. As such, I want to believe that the enforcement side of it, the decision is normally taken based on the level of enforcement required. There could be compliance issues. MDAs responsible for compliance normally are charged from the Cybercrime Advisory Council Committee to take responsibility. If there are regulatory infringements, the same Cybercrime Advisory Council will also liaise with the appropriate agency that will execute that. I agree with you that there are gaps, but you can't start running on day one. You must crawl, walk before you run. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sir, the distinguished senators. My little contribution is that thank you very much for the presentation, and then for the panelists that did the job before. I was just wondering whether the policy or the framework has a component of M&E. And I thank you because of adding my voice that every policy or strategic planning that doesn't have any M&E, monitoring and evaluation component in it, is not going to be well, attended to. So there's a need for a monitoring and evaluation component to that. And then another thing again is that the willpower for implementation is also supposed to be added. Because another thing is really we have a lot of policies in this country, and then we all can agree that implementation has been an issue. And talking about implementation, behind it is the willpower to implement. So those are the two things I want to add. Willpower to implement the policies and the framework, and then secondly, a monitoring evaluation component. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. I'm going to have to wrap this up now. Thank you for your very interesting contributions. It's very encouraging to know that the policy is moving in line with current realities, as was pointed out by the representative from the NSA's office. You would recollect that in the course of my paper, I had said that one of the important things that was recognized about our system and the cybersecurity framework is that it recognized that we have strengths in the commitment of government, strategic programs, initiative of government, and an informed private sector. These things are clear because those are the things that are driving the kind of engagements that are going on under your watch right now. And even this very engagement in which we are, where the committee that should be overseeing this type of conversation is putting this together. And it only means that things will get better from here on. Thank you very much again, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Sheyebanjoko. Thank you very much. Mr. Sheyebanjoko is a senior partner at CLP, and he just delivered a paper on securing the Nigerian cyberspace, a cursory look at the legislation, policies, and framework that govern Nigeria's cyberspace. I believe he did justice to that subject. Our time is fast spent. We'll be going straight to the next paper presentation. And it's an interesting one because after that paper presentation, we are also going to be having a follow-up conversation, a discussion, a one-on-one discussion on the subject. Now, the subject is cybersecurity resilience, maturity model for audit and inspection of critical national information infrastructure. Cybersecurity resilience, maturity model for audit and inspection of critical national information infrastructure. And to present this paper is a cybersecurity expert, Cyber Dynamics Nigeria. Please welcome to this lectern with a loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome Mr. Victor Emmanuel Kulog. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up. Please don't be tired. Let's make it loud. Let's continue clapping until he gets here. Encourage him, please.
Please, can I have the slides projected? Good afternoon. And the protocols have been laid and I stand on them. I was told I have a very short time to make the presentation. Okay, I think the paper is up. Cybersecurity resilience, maturity model for audit and inspection of critical national information infrastructure. And my name is Victor Kulu. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'll be discussing this topic very quickly from. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so these are the content we'll be looking at on this topic. We'll be looking at the problem domain. Why are we doing this? We're looking at a few definitions. We'll look at the solution domain, and we'll quickly conclude the paper. Slide 3. So from the problem domain, we're looking at the Cybercrime Act is the basis upon which this paper is built. Section 4 of it says the presidential order made under Section 3 of this act may require the Office of the National Security Advisor to audit and inspect any critical national information infrastructure at any time to ensure compliance with the provisions of this act. Next slide, still looking at problem domain. This is from the National Cybersecurity Strategy and Policy 2021. It's the side that discusses the critical information infrastructure protection and resilience have this paragraph. The government will enhance CNII resilience by reducing the impact of unforeseen and unexpected incidents by advanced planning and mitigation efforts, as well as effective response aimed at effective recovery. So this is the basis upon which this paper is being presented. Number one, the Act says the CNII should be audited. And then on the strategy, the strategies also talk about providing advanced information that will enable the resilience of this critical infrastructure. And this advanced information cannot be gotten except we are able to gather data based on certain metrics that will enable us know that these are areas that we are lacking in the resilience of our critical national information infrastructure, so that we are able to tackle those areas, close those gaps, and then get to the next level of resilience that we want to have. So quickly we'll define these items. We're looking at CNII. Of course, our Cybercrime Act has defined what critical national information infrastructure is. I'm going to do a little deviation, but it's not going to really change what that means. It is a combination of IT and operational technology systems. IT, when we're talking IT here, we're dealing with those ones that deal with our soft systems, for instance, most of what we use in the banking sector and other soft areas are our IT system. But when we're dealing with technologies that control our physical systems, that is where we talk about the industrial control systems and the SCADAs and all of that. These are OT systems. So CNI combine all of this. Now, like has been defined time and time, why we're calling them critical national information infrastructure is that if they fail, there will be consequences that will be of national impact. Our national security will be affected, our national safety will be affected, our national economy will be affected, and of course, the general well-being of citizens will be affected. And these are the reasons why we should be concerned. And so what is it, when we say cybersecurity resilience of this CNI, what are we actually driving at? Of course, when you look at resilience, it has been defined in different areas in different ways. Some look at it as just a bounce back, your ability to suffer stress and be able to bounce back. But we are going to look at it here in 3 dimensions. The first dimension is that the probability of reducing successful cyber attacks. That is the first dimension. The second dimension is the ability of a system to reduce the impact and duration if an attack is successful. And then the third dimension is the ability of a system to be able to recover within a very short time and also gather lessons in the course of the attack that will be plugged back into A and B, that is reducing probability of success and then reducing duration, so that these aspects can be recalibrated and then you have a better resilient system. It's a cycle that continues. Next, please. We also define what maturity models are because they are going to form the basis upon which we will do the audit of CNII. We are using maturity models especially for the fact that they define a growth pattern over time. It's not a binary, whether it is there or not there. There's a growth pattern growing over time and over a space of some growth characteristics. So what maturity models do is to determine the current level of maturity. Where are we currently? Are we good? Are we on level 2? Are we on level 3? Assuming we are talking 0 to say 5. Then after determining where they are, of course, they will tell us the aspects where we are failing because we would have defined metrics. So they determine the gap in the maturity of CNI. That is the context which we are talking about. The maturity models will determine these gaps, and then, of course, they will provide a roadmap for us to close these gaps and become more resilient. And then the audit we are talking about in this paper is based on these characteristics of a maturity model. So it's not going to be a checklist kind of audit that whether these characteristics exist or not, but it is going to check if this characteristic exists, at what level it is. Is it at 0? Is it at 1? Is it at 2? We'll look at the scaling in the course of the presentation. Next, please. So we're looking at critical national information infrastructure resilience maturity model. We're looking at it at a national level. So if we're looking at it at a national level, in this model, this is an overarching abstraction of the model. We're going to have what are those things that government ought to do for our CNII to be resilient. That is the government CNII functions, which we abbreviated as GCF. Then there are certain things that organizations ought to be doing. Of course, the organization come in different shades, like one of the discussions actually mentioned. They cut across sectors, and then what is it that these organizations ought to be doing? So when we aggregate these things together, we'll be able to have an index that define our resilience as a nation quantitatively, so that just by looking at that index, we're able to tell where we are per time, whether are we at the bar of the maximum, are we at the middle, are we are somewhere very low. That index will be able to tell us. Next slide, please. So this is our framework entirely. This is where our metrics are being defined. Of course, even at this level, we are not doing the detail of the metrics, but this is still ongoing and need to be extended, and we will have detailed metrics. So the first one there from the right side talk about the resilience temporal dimensions. We're going to look at metrics that say what an organization or what the nation ought to be doing before an attack occurs. That is preparatory, that is preventive. So what do we need to be doing before an attack occurs? What are we supposed to do to resist an attack? That is the first level in the temporal dimension. We have 3 dimensions there. So what is it? That's a pre-event. Then there is something an organization ought to be doing during an event. We call it during an event dimension or during event dimension. That has to do with response. What kind of response would you give if an event is successful? And then the third dimension, which is the last one there, is recovery. If this event has happened already, you have contained it through the response, and then you have to recover. How are you able to recover? What are the things you should put in place that will enable you recover quickly when an event happens? So the next stage is an expansion of these 3. There are resilient functions that we go into the pre-event. There are functions that we enhance the during event. Of course, there are functions that we enhance the post-event, which is the recovery. And all these things form the controls that we're going to put into this framework to expand it and be able to provide the kind of metrics that enables it to do the kind of measurement that we want it to do. The last one I want to discuss is the resilience measure. That is the last level of this framework. That is where the actual measurement takes place, where you quantitatively measure whether on a particular control, whether an organization or the nation is scoring a 0, a 1, a 2, or a 3. And that is why you aggregate backwards to be able to even get into the RTD, the RFC, the RF, and all of that. So if we have done this, down here, we have a CNI resilience mathematical model. That is where we'll have a mathematical model that computes this and tell us at each of these levels, what is the score on the temporal dimensions and what is the score on every element of the temporal dimension. That leads us to the score for an entire organization and even an entire sector, the entire country, and like that, we are able to have a score. Then you see that we have a quadrant down there. Since it is an audit, if we audit an organization or we audit the entire country's resilience of critical national information infrastructure, we should be able to score and grade them. That is how we could have a score of A, B, C, or D. Depending on the score, we will see how the scores are arrived at, or why an organization will fall into a B, a C, or a D score. We'll see that in the course of the presentation. Can we go to the next slide? Yes. So I was talking about the temporal dimensions. These are the temporal dimensions, the pre-event. The work of this pre-event is to reduce the probability of success of cyber attacks. That is where you do your resistance, your prevention, you put in things that resist. But of course, no matter how you resist, one day something will happen. So when it happens during the event, what are you doing? Your goal at that point is to reduce the impact of that attack on your systems, and then also reduce the duration, how long that attack remains. Then the post-event is where you reduce the time to recovery, try to recover back very quickly, and then the lesson learned are plugged in. That is why you see the arrows plugging back from the post-event into the during event and the pre-event. That is to enable you recalibrate and then have a better resilience. Can we go next? Good. So we have the CGF. This is the government end. Just to give an example. Now, on the pre-event side, we'll give an example with what resilient functions should be there. What are the things that we should be measuring for government? If we're using this framework, what are the things that we should be measuring? Just for example, we can plug in some aspect of the Global Cybersecurity Index pillars here. There's the legal pillar, the capacity building pillar, the institutional pillar, the cooperation pillar. Some of these pillars have been discussed in other discussions earlier. And then you continue to extend these things until you are able to get a measure in quantitative form that you measure it backward and able to get a score. For instance, we can extend the legal pillar to find out what laws do we have in place that has to do with CNI. Do we have them? Then if we have a law, is this law working? Is it effective? Is it applicable? We continue to extend like that until we're able to get a quantitative measure. We can also measure to find out whether we have regulations that deals with CNI. Of course, on the capacity building, we can also be measuring our capacity as especially a country, capacity in terms of our ability to have the kind of knowledge that we need, the kind of tools that we need to be able to ensure resilience of our CNI. Of course, you have the institutional, and do we have institutions in place that are directly implementing, say, if we have a law for CNI, is there an implementing institution that is making that law work? Ensuring that that law. It goes down like that. When you come to the during event, there are technical issues, there are also legal issues. And then when you come to the post-event issues, you also have maybe institutions that are supporting the coordination of recovery at governmental level, such that it was mentioned before of national SAT, SOX, and all of that. These are things that should build it. Next slide. And then this is for an organization. For an organization, of course, we need to go deeper because this is operational. So you see that the pre-event, during event, and post-event are still playing there. But on the secondary level, the resilience functions are different. We are just giving an example with the NIST framework here. We plug in, identify, protect, and dictate are all pre-event activities. But we can also bring in some other frameworks to plug into this point, where, for instance, the NIST data privacy framework can play here, especially for organizations that are hosting data like NIMC and all of that. We need a data privacy element here to be able to support this maturity of their own systems. And then the during event could be a response, it would be a response activity. Post event is recovery. And then the other stages go like that until we get to the level of the resilience measure, where we are able to take quantitative measure of activities. Can we go next, please? Right. So the last level is what I want to explain. In this framework, what we want to achieve is that at the end of the day, we have a figure that tells us our level of resilience. But for us to get that figure, every control we put in, if we are measuring legal, we will measure it quantitatively to a point. And so we have this scale proposed in place based on this weight. An organization can score a 0 based on a particular control that is there. And why it is scoring a 0 is that there is a complete absence of that kind of control. An organization can score a 1, can score a 2, can score a 3, and even score 4, which is the maximum. And this is graduated and to the highest level like that. This is going to form the basis for computation of the resilience maturity of organizations and, of course, the entire nation. Can we go next? Good. So, after describing the scoring template that have just been shown in the previous slides, we will need to do a mathematical model that does the computation, serves as a computational engine to be able to calculate our resilience in form of an index that we mentioned earlier. So for us to achieve that, we're going to define variables based on the metrics that we showed in the framework. For instance, we have the temporal dimensions. We can define variables that leads to us getting the temporal dimensions. And then when we define these variables, we cannot derive the mathematical model based on these variables. And that will become our computational engine for calculating the Critical National Information Infrastructure Resilience Index. The index is a number which we propose here. Can we go next? Which we propose here to just lie between 0 and 1. 1 is the highest score, that is 1.00 is the highest score. We can make it higher, we can make it 100, but it makes it a little more manageable at this level. Whatever you score, we are able to normalize it to form this basis. So I described the grades earlier on the framework. You can see that the A, somebody scoring A, an organization scoring A is an organization that is scoring between 0.6 and 1.00. Any organization who scores fall within that level is in the A band of this maturity model. The one that scores B is the one which falls between 0.51 and 0.75. And then it goes like that. The one that's called a D, that is the one that is at a very low level of maturity in terms of resilience of its CNI, is at 0.00 to 0.25. Of course, there are maturity models that have up to 5 levels, but we choose this particular level of scaling. Let's go next. Conclusion. We presented a resilience maturity model here, and the key components, like every other maturity model, is that it has a component that defines the metrics of the metrics of the model, the metrics that will be the basis for measurement. Of course, this is at a high level of abstraction, and so the details are still not there, but they are being developed. Then we have a scoring system, which we refer as the resilience measure scale, which I described from 0 to 4 for each control that we are going to measure. And then lastly, we presented a grading system for maturity of organizations. You can score in a grade A, and I explain what a grade A is, from 0.76 up to 1.00, which is the maximum score. And then you can score a grade D, which is a very low grade, 0.00 to 0.25. But what matters here most is, in the end, whatever you score, you are able to look at the various metrics, because even within the metrics, you can still check your scores. For instance, we have, at a high level, we have the pre-event, the during event, and the post-event. You might be doing very well on your pre-event, but your during event and post-event activity is very poor, and that may even aid you to score very high score, but then there is something leaking that you need to close up for you to be better, because prevention alone is not enough. That is the essence of this model. We must look at it from those 3 dimensions, and then we are able to check and see that on each of these dimensions, we are doing well. Wherever we are not doing well, we scale up, and we are able to identify the actual places where we are not doing well, and then scale it up and do better. That is the end of the presentation. Questions, if there are any. Awaiting questions, comments, contributions. Somebody is. Okay.
Good afternoon, all. Standing on the existing protocol, I just want to talk about, maybe if you bring up that score card you have.
If we bring
the score, the place you actually score the maturity model, how organization achieve a particular grade A, grade B, grade C, grade D.
Okay. Please, can you bring back the slide? Let's have the slide back. Continue. Yes, here, right? Go back. Yes, here.
Okay, this is showing us a maturity model, and what I just want to ask is, what kind of capacity should maybe a organization or the government have in place in terms of human capacity to achieve this? You understand? Because you're just showing us the maturity level. What kind of capacity should be built up to achieve this grade A or grade B, as the case may be? Because what we're seeing here is just the pre-event, during event, and the post-event.
Post-event.
Yeah. What capacity are functional at those stages? What capacity do you need to have to be able to actually achieve distance?
Can we go back to the framework itself? Okay, here. Here. All the things that organizations are required to have to be able to achieve a particular score are built in here. Like I was saying earlier, this is not completely detailed. This is at a high level of abstraction. Now, if we take the temporal dimensions where the pre-event, during event, and post-event are, if we take the pre-event has some activities, right? The pre-event have some activities that, like I showed you the example in one of the slides. We plug in about the identify, protect, and detect functions of the NIST framework into the pre-event, as they are actually preparatory stages of a cybersecurity resilience. So in those identify, protect, and detect, they can still be extended to find out, they can still be extended in form of controls. What are the things that we are doing under identify? For instance, I'll give you an example. If an organization have identified all its digital assets, including hardware, software, comprehensively identified, of course, there could be levels of identification that are not complete, so it has a particular score. An organization which did not identify completely have a 0 score. The ones who identify has a complete map of its digital assets, has a score of the highest, which is 4, right? And then on that identify again, how about identifying, for instance, your network map? Do you have a network? So all those things are the things you are going to be measured on. So when these things are measured, they are aggregated based on the score. Now, this thing can be used for third-party audit or can be used for self-audit by an organization. If you honestly check these things and you get scores, you arrive at a particular score. Now, when you arrive at a particular score, you begin to drill back and see where you actually lacked that make you score low in a particular area, because we can even separate the score. We can have a score for pre-event. We can have a score separately for during event and post-event. And even at that next level, we can still have scores for each of those elements. It continues like that, so that we are able to determine where a leakage is coming from. But the score is built right, the scores are built right inside this matrix. They are not, it's not something you do just one thing to arrive at a score. The scores are built into this matrix and graduated up to the highest level of metrics that you have. I don't know if that clears your... Yes.
All right, Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that presentation. From your presentation so far. Sorry, my name is Mrs. Idowu from National Assembly, Assistant Director, Computer Analyst. Looking at the calculation of resilience in form of index from your presentation, do you have a typical scenario I can give us? Just have anyone?
The typical scenario. The resilience itself, like I defined, is is a process. Now, the process is built in all the metrics that are defined in this framework. The scenario I can give is, at the end of the day, if we build this framework and we want to use it as a basis for an audit, and you take it as an organization to use, the scenario will depend on your organization. Like I was giving example. If we take identify, for instance, do you have your assets identified? If you say, of course, it's not going to be easily a binary. Do you have your assets? That there are different kinds of digital assets that you have. Do you have them comprehensively identified? You are honest to yourself and you are able to answer that. You fall within a particular scale. Now, you have people working on your system. Are you regularly identifying your users? Doing the access control, access authentication? Do you regularly do this? For instance, somebody exits your organization. Do you check that that person is taken off your system, decommissioned from your system? All these things are things you will be measured against, because the essence is that there are certain things you do that reduce your risks. It is this risk that when it is reduced, you are resilient. Once you don't do these things, you are not as resilient as you ought to be. And so when you check all those things and at the end of the day you have a score, what I'm saying is that you go back, you see your score. Yes, my score is I'm within the middle, 0.5 to somewhere. But then, why am I here? You begin to check. That is where what we call the gaps. You begin to check to establish the gaps. Where am I failing that makes me score this? Even if you score within the high, you might still not be, even if you are the maximum, you still look at your systems and see where there are little things you can do to get better. It's a process that you continue to grow. That is why it's called a maturity model. You continue to mature until you get, but of course, as technology continues to improve, you will continue to have new challenges that you need to build maturity for. So it's not a very static thing. The essence of building this is that at regular intervals, you decide to audit your systems. Know that an audit process is not something that you do and say, I have audited my system for this year, no audit again, I scored an A. You continue to audit to see whether those things that you're doing that make you score an A, have you stopped doing them or you have continued doing them. So it's a continuous thing.
Thank you.
I think there was still another hand up.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My name is Peter Ode from Internatl State University. I don't know, is there any place where this model covers the citizens, like the people? Because I think from your model, you explained the role of the government and that of the organizations. But we don't know, because the people, definitely most cyber attacks are targeted towards the people. So people working in the organizations themselves and the general citizens. I don't know if your model also captured that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. The model cannot operate in a vacuum. It's human beings that run the system. In fact, it's basically the activities of the human beings that this model is measuring. And there is a lot of the human angle built into this model, such that at the tail end of it, what we are measuring is these very three important components of a cyber system. We're going to look at the people, which is a human element in the system, very important, where most of the risks reside. We're going to look at the processes. The model is going to measure this. We're also going to look at the technology that is involved. So the model is going to put these three things together and measure. So the people's component is going to be taken care of while measuring. But of course, we cannot measure an organization as just a human being. So it has to be taken from that perspective. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Engineer Disu. I work with Lagos State. I'm an assistant director. First of all, a lot of emphasis have been laid on technology. Technology. But the most, on this cyber security issue, emphasis should be centered to on the users, because I work in an environment that I have more than 10,000 users, 10,000. Lagos State has more than 100,000 network nodes. But what we discover is, no matter how much technology you have, if you don't give enlightenment to your people, you are prone to cyber attack. Because a lot of people, it's not a matter of just saying, okay, I want to buy router, I want to buy firewall, I want to buy this, I want to deploy website. Whatever anything you deploy, whatever any technology you deploy, if your people is not aware of all this, you are prone to attack. Then pertaining to the first plenary, collaboration between agencies in order to reduce government funds. I believe, because I've been in this process for the past 25 years, I believe the synergy should be between executive and the legislative. Because no matter of any law that the legislative are doing, if the executive is not obeying, for example now, you can say, okay, I have an agency, is the one in charge of my database. No any other agency should. If that law is existing, but the executive can be at least add negative to that thing by approving the same thing for the same agency. Because I don't know why the federal government should be having, for example, you have this national ID card, somebody is talking of immigration. You should be able to at least have a central database. They are going to create an agency that's going to have a database. Not that I want to capture my national ID card, I want to renew my passport. We'll be capturing the same thing. It's better, we should look forward in doing an agency that will be, the defense one can be alone because of the strategy and everything, but ordinary database, I believe, should be reserved in one particular agency so that there should not be duplication. Thank you very much.
Yes. I think that is just a contribution, right?
Sorry, I want to pick from what she said and add to what he said, then look at your tripartite approach. You said people, process, technology.
Yes.
She asked for scenario, then he's talking about dealing with a large set of people. I'd asked a question, but I didn't want to stretch it. If the people, the quality of the people, the skill set of the people is not, in terms of capacity, they are not good, whatever technology you have on ground, whatever process you have on ground, it's going to affect it very seriously. Now, I want to actually come to scenario. Let's take a practical approach, a scenario. Let's say NIMSI actually has some wonderful technology provided by one of the big technology giants. They're running an hybrid system. If they don't have a functional SOC that has the people capacity, no matter the wonderful technology that giant is bringing in, they will not be able to actually work on the sniffers first. I'm talking about resilience now, because they are actually handling lots of, like your network sniffers that actually sniff packets, movement of packets. That's where it starts from. That's where your resilience starts from. So I believe dwelling more on the people capacity upgrade. Technologies have always been bought. Technologies will always evolve. But if the people capacity is just like any software, most of what we've noticed in the IT department is that there's a lot of IT knowledge, but very low capacity when it comes to cybersecurity. A lot of them are just beginners, and a lot of them are just, few are going intermediate, while you have very scanty people at the expert level. So no matter the technology they are using it as beginners. They don't have full mastery of such technology. At the end, it affects your index because they have technology, they have process, they are just beginners, they don't know how to use it. So they are not mastery. So the team cohesion is not really there yet. So if more attention is paid to capacity building, there are a lot of IT guys around who don't have this cybersecurity skill. And even in other IT sector, it's evolving. The skill set they used to do demand before, these days, they now bring in cybersecurity skills in it. So I think for the index to actually achieve the people angle need to be looked into. Thank you.
Let me quickly respond to that. We must realize that this is a measurement tool, and it's trying to do the tool is trying to do what you are asking for. The tool measures and tells you that on the people's end, you are not doing well. So with this information in your hands, you measure people, you measure technology, you measure process, and then you are measuring them based on the capabilities. Do you have so and so certifications or so and so level of education that has to do with cybersecurity? When you don't have them, or you have them to a certain level, for instance, you talk about at beginner's level. Beginner's level, we have a lower score compared to intermediate and then professional and all of that. So these things will define a score for an organization. But most importantly, the organization is able to know. It's able to know based on this data that this is where I am not doing well. Much as we say technology has been overflogged, you could just discover that you are not even doing well in your technology area, right? And then between the technology and the people, there is the process that ties them together. Are your process tidy? All those things will be taken into cognizance. So this is just a measurement. It measures and tells you where you are and why are you here. This is the essence of this model.
Thank you very much. All protocol duly observed. My name is Paul Umo from Cross River, Director of ICT. I've been listening since morning, and I noticed something from the theme of this conference to the presentation: digital theater and the future of Nigeria. Yes. I tend to see that there is a lot of defense that is created to fight against cyber crime. There are different categories. Yesterday, I could tell my son, give me the remote, let me change channel for you. Today, my son will tell me, Daddy, let me have the remote. So there is a shift in the way IT is operating. A small boy can teach you even when he has never been to school. That small boy is the future. Those of us working now, we are in the digital theater already. What are we doing about the mindset of the future? Because that is how we can change Nigeria today. So if we do not make adequate preparation, we are just there thinking on how to fight those that are already operating, the future is still under very serious danger. Because who are the people committing the cyber crime? They are very junior ones. So while you are busy fighting the ones here, those other ones are developing. And they are developing above the capacity you are creating now. So I am thinking there should be an educational part of it to work on the mindset of the future, which is actually the youth, the little ones that are growing today. They are already IT aware, right from their system when they are just born. They will start telling you what you did not know until you went to school. So there should be some kind of, preparation of mindset of the future. If we do not do this now, we will keep creating all kinds of laws just to fight them. Why don't we nip it at the butt? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that should be the last I should respond to. Quickly, I think that is a beautiful contribution, but let me respond to quickly. In this framework, we have an aspect that government is dealing with. And that aspect that government is dealing with, there's a component we talk about capacity building. In that capacity building, when we expand it, there are a lot of components there. It even talks about curriculum. Within this short space, we cannot really present the the real expanded form of that framework. In that capacity building, there's curriculum. We talk about curriculum there. But in that curriculum, we are looking at curriculum at different levels. Even at the nursery primary school level, there should be a curriculum that may not be talking about cyber security per se or cyber crime per se, but can be talking about cyber hygiene, cyber safety, because these ones, as you are saying, we call them born digital. They are born into the digital world. They are already using this. And there are attacks on them right there, depending on where they go and what. So they should be taught how to identify where it is wrong to go, and when you are in the wrong place, how to know that you're in the wrong place. But besides that, we should be preparing them, as somebody talked about a pipeline of workforce earlier. We should be preparing them. Let's not just look at the higher level of workforce. We can start preparing our workforce right from that level. But more importantly for me, like I've said somewhere before, we have very high level of know-how among our youth as far as it concerns the digital space, right? But these guys are using it for negative things. That particular energy can be converted into positive energy. And that is where we should all actually also be targeting. Can we harvest this energy? Can we harvest these skills and begin to, align these skills in places that can be used for positive things? I think that will help the nation, both now, both for the youth of now, because the youth of now will even become old in the next 10, 15 years. And these are the guys that are doing the bad things. So let's harvest that their energy into positive things. Once that the energy that they were doing evil with before, they convert it and start doing good things. The ones that are coming behind them will realize that, oh, this energy can actually be used for something good. Let me get it and become a good member of the society and live a good life with these skills. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Victor Emmanuel Kolog, a cybersecurity expert with Cyber Dynamics Nigeria. Our time is fast spent, but we will go to the very last item on the program before we go for lunch. It's going to take us just about 15 minutes. And it is a follow-up to this paper presentation, a one-on-one discussion. And the respondent is DCP Uche, is of the Nigerian Police Force, precisely the Interpol. Please welcome him as he makes his way upstage to respond to that paper presentation. Please keep on clapping and encourage him as he makes his way up. I'll be calling on the moderator of this particular session, this discussion session, a cybersecurity consultant. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Joel Ebute, as he makes his way up here. Please put your hands together for him. Please keep on clapping until he gets up here. Okay, I'll be calling back on stage to be part of this discussion. Please welcome back on stage Mr. Victor Emmanuel Kulo. Don't be tired, just try, please. Put your hands together for him. Yes, thank you very much for clapping. Please put your hands together for them once again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Invited guests, participants of this conference, my name is Dr. Joel Ebute. I'm very much aware that we don't have time on our side, so we'll go straight to the
discussion on this topic today, cybersecurity resilience model for audits and inspection of critical national information infrastructure. To my right, I have DCP Uche, and then to my left, I have Mr. Victor Emmanuel, a cybersecurity expert. I want to start from you, sir. Considering what we've just discussed and the level of agitation of the minds of the audience, from the perspective of the Nigerian police and let me say Interpol, what's your take on, or your thoughts on critical national information infrastructure, sir?
Well, thank you very much. If you follow the trend of things now going on in the world, Nigeria in particular, you observe that everything is moving to cyber. And with the invention of IoTs, 5G, and artificial intelligence, you will see that a lot of critical infrastructures are needed, for all these things to be achieved. Now, for me, and at Interpol level, we believe that all those communication infrastructures, that enable us to maintain a particular lifestyle, that helps us to be able to use some of the IoTs and the other devices that I mentioned. I believe that these are just, some of the things that we consider. Looking at the area of softwares, optical fibers, and all the rest. Now, let me give a little background of what we do in Interpol. Interpol is an international police criminal organization, and we have 194 member countries. Okay, and in the 194 member countries, we have what we call the National Central Bureaus, which we all belong to in Nigeria here. National Central Bureau serves as a link between the IPSG, is an acronym for the Interpol General Secretariat in Lyon, and the host nation. Now, in Interpol, we maintain over 100 million police records. We have about 0.5 second response time to searches. And of course, the main aim of establishing Interpol is information sharing among member nations, purely criminal information. And now there's what we call the I-24/7 network. The I-24/7 network is what helps us to be able to communicate with the National Central Bureaus and the Interpol General Secretariat. Now, in this I-24/7 network that we have infrastructures, we have the likes of the servers and other things that we use that enable us to communicate with other national central bureaus. So some of these things are like the servers, the hardwares, the softwares, the computer networks, the odd networks. These are basic things that we consider as national infrastructure.
Thank you very much for those thoughts of yours. I will come to you, Mr. Victor. Cybersecurity resilience maturity model. Yes, we have several models for cybersecurity resilience, 3 to be specific, and I think the most popular among them is a hybrid model. As an expert, what's your take about the implementation of resilient mode?
Yeah, thank you. As it has to do with implementation of resilience models in NDS in Nigeria, I will not be able to speak authoritatively, but I think we are not doing well in the aspect of implementing resilience models. Part of what I spoke from was the cybersecurity strategy, the national cybersecurity strategy and policy. And if you see the wordings from the 2021 strategy, you see talking about we will ensure resilience. Basically, that is what that word is saying. If our national strategy is saying we will ensure we will ensure resilience, it means we have not started implementing some of those things, especially that it has to do with measurement, because this is very, very key. If we don't measure, we will be working in a vacuum, we will be working without information, and whatever we are doing is not scientific. So if we're not working from a scientific point of view, we will just be running around cycles without being able to measure exactly what we are doing. Somebody was asking earlier whether the National Cybersecurity Strategy and Policy has a monitoring and evaluation component. And I think that is very key. This is like the maturity model we're talking about measures the resilience of organizations, and that is a kind of an M&E component that is able to allow those organizations know where they are per time and be able to upscale to where they want to be. So largely, I would say we are not doing very well in the area of implementing maturity models for us to be as resilient as we ought to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that expose there. I'll still come back to you, sir. Looking at cybersecurity and cybersecurity resilience, I want to just throw this question to you for us to know the kind of vulnerabilities and threats from Nigeria, considering your partnership with foreign organizations. I know we have a headquarters of Interpol in Singapore. We have a major fusion center there in Singapore, and I know we have a sub-fusion center in Nigeria. Looking at cybersecurity from human security dimension, educational security, health security, economic security, or sabotage, anyhow you want to put it. Which of them do you think takes a lead in the kind of a threat and attack you guys are investigating in Interpol?
Well, as I said before, everything about the duties of Interpol is centered on information sharing. These are basically information that can help law enforcement agencies, at the local level, at the NCB level, to be able to tackle infiltrations, to be able to tackle the challenges and the threats. So looking at what we do, basically, is just to help, law enforcement agencies to be able to take care of some of these challenges.
It's okay. The current investigations we do in Nigeria, I don't know if you probably want to share with us, which of them is leading. We have lots of cybercrime going on. Do you mind sharing with us some of the leading crime activities from Nigeria?
Well, in Nigeria, we have common trends, that Nigerian cyber criminals are known for. Mainly the area of business email compromise, the area of romance scam, malware attacks, and of course, ransomware attacks. And I can tell you that we've done very well in all these areas, owing to the fact that we have, competent hands, that helps us to man the available technologies that we have, because I heard them discussing about, having the right people to work with. So if you look at the issue of business email compromise, you see that Nigerian cyber criminals are getting on with it on daily basis, and of course the issue of romance scam. Now I want to share one that we recently handled that involved about 6 individuals. I want to share it because we're talking about on how to manage our little children of little age. One of our DGs in Nigeria, his account was compromised, and the cyber criminals used his profile pictures and profile numbers to perpetrate crimes, cyber crimes, scams. And when we work with the ISPs, of course, once we get information, we escalate it to the ISPs level, which they help us to provide IP addresses and other contacts, that will enable us to conduct our investigations. But what will surprise you was that at the end of the day, when we were able to get the suspects, we discovered during interrogation that about 6 of them, 4 of them are underage. They're still children that are still writing WAEC, and some of them are still in SS2 and SS3. And after profiling, we were able to charge only 2, to court because those ones are above 18. So when you look at some of these things, you see that yes, we have big issue at hand, and we need to work with not only the law enforcement agencies, but other relevant stakeholders, the private sectors, for us to be able to infiltrate, to get to the local levels and our secondary school institutions, to be able to sensitize them, on how to keep off from cybercrime activities. And recently we were able to get someone, to arrest someone that was profiled at the end of the day by Interpol, and was placed as one of the top 10 cyber criminals in the world. This individual, his main activity is to develop what we refer to as phishing links. So, phishing links houses malware. And for all that is existing, it's about, if you have a phishing link that is being hosted, sometimes it lasts for maybe 2 or 3 days and it drops off. But this guy was able to develop a phishing link that lasts for more than 2 or 3 months, holding the malware. So we were able to do that. And going forward, of course, we will get information from, Singapore. That is where we have the Cybercrime Directorate of Interpol. Sometimes, they send messages on IP addresses that is being used, to commit one scam or the other. Was escalated further by contacting the ISPs. Of course, that is how we work, and we've been able to do justice to most of the cases. And I will tell you that most of the victims of cybercrime that we have are not within the shores of this nation. Most of them are from outside this jurisdiction. Most of the victims that we have, mainly from Asia, Asian nations, So once they get information of the users of those IPs they sent to us, we go down to go after the cyber criminals. Of course, we've actually done well in that regards.
Thank you very much for your time. So I will still come back to you for a rounding up section, but let me quickly ask Mr. Victor, as we round up, we just have a few minutes. What's your advice for recommendations for this committee when it comes to the issues of national security infrastructure, resilience, maturity model?
Yeah. My recommendations will be that there's a saying that what gets done gets measured. And so we should adopt maturity models to be able to measure critical information infrastructure. That is very, very important, because that is where everything hangs now. Just like earthquakes have epicenters, what I call cyberquakes in code have the epicenter at the critical national information infrastructure. So whatever goes wrong at that level, the whole nation gets affected. And that is why it becomes very important for us to pay time to know how resilient we are, know the gaps in resilience, and make efforts to fill this gap. That is the only way of keeping afloat in the cyber ecosystem.
Thank you. DCP, what will be your advice, or what will be your 1 or 2 words for this committee, sir?
Well, my advice is that we need to look at some of those measures that can help us to protect our national critical infrastructures. It's not only acquiring best technologies, but we should be able to have competent hands that we man those technologies. We should be able to work with the IT professionals of our respective institutions and our departments to be able to ensure that our networks, our hardwares, and other infrastructures are protected. Because I can tell you that most institutions don't work with their IT professionals. And some of the institutions, most times, if they acquire state-of-the-art technologies, they won't be able to, have a competent hands that man all those technologies. All hands must be on deck because I can tell you the trend is growing. The cyber criminals are getting tougher. And of course, if we don't put some of those measures in place, I can tell you that we will continue to suffer. And of course, you know that of course, we know that the cyber criminals use our cyberspace as gold mine, because of the bodiless nature of the crime. And because, of course, we have the Cybercrime Act, of course, but you can see that it needs amendment, and a lot needs to be done to be able to, have strong laws that can hold them at the end of the day. So, if working with relevant stakeholders, law enforcement agencies, sharing of information, working together, working with the right IT professionals, working with competent hands that will deliver at the end of the day is actually a sure way to go, because if you check, you see the increasing number of telecom phone devices. Of course, all these crimes are being committed with the aid of electronic devices, the computers, the handheld devices, and all the rest. So we should be able to check the trend of things, because the trend keep growing, and of course they keep getting more sophisticated at the end of the day. So we must have to work in tandem with the changing, with the growing trends, and if not, we'll continue to have issues, we'll continue to have infiltrations, and at the end of the day, we won't be able to cope with the growing trend. Of course, over 35, if you watch the ages of some of the Nigerian cyber criminals that are into cybercrime, you say that is between 35, age 35 and below. And looking at the unemployment level, where we have almost about 13.9 million people that don't have good jobs in Nigeria. And if you look at all the population, you will see that almost all of them have access to devices. They live very good life. So where did the money come from? So there is need for us as a nation to continue with the discourse, and for us to be able to find a way of solving this problem. If not, we'll continue to have issues and problems.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your thoughts, DCP Uche, and thank you very much for your thoughts too, Mr. Victor of Cyber Dynamics. It's very straightforward that the future is actually bright and dark, considering the young ones that are coming up now. And it's clearly stated that this discussion should continue. This is where we'll round up this section for now due to time constraints. We want to thank every one of us for being part of this. Thank you. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them. Please, for a photo shoot, please. We just wait for a photo shoot, sir.
Thank you very much. They might not need to, but I just want to contribute a little from the discussion so far. I think obviously we have what it takes. We have it's not only having the critical infrastructure that matters, it's the manpower that really matters. And from the discussion so far, the attention needs to be shifted to more of training. And I want to categorically say, and I'm saying with all sense of humility, that we have all it takes in this country. We have the manpower. What we just need is a touch of training to get what we actually need. Like what DSP have just said, we can actually catch these children young. I want to share with you again. There was sometimes in July when I was receiving a kind of threat from a hacker. And I thought, as I was investigating it, involving police, involving DSS and all that, I thought I was going to catch a big fish that I would charge to court and all that. But only to discover that it's an underage, as I trace him down to as far as Ebon, thinking that it's with me, with me here. So at the end of the day, I couldn't go further. It means that all those younger generations, if we can shift attention to them and also teach them the right way, put them on the right track, because they actually have this knowledge. We can tell them that this same knowledge that they are using for this malicious activities, they can actually use this same knowledge on the right way to earn judicious living. So from all indication from the discussant and all that, what we just need now is not only about the critical infrastructure and all that. What we really need is on manpower and the needed training. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that addition. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe our time is fast spent, and before we proceed on the next segment, I believe it will just be appropriate for us to go for lunch. I can say clearly that it's lunch time. So we'll be back here in about 15 minutes after lunch so we can continue with the next session. Thank you very much. Please, our dignitaries can proceed to the VIP section, and every other person can go upstairs. Please look for the next staircase behind this hall and make your way upstairs to be part of the lunch. Thank you very much. Please, a very important announcement. Please take note that this evening by 5 p.m. there will be a cocktail dinner, and it's being sponsored by Meta Facebook. A cocktail dinner still within this facility, this premises, by 5 p.m. There'll be a cocktail dinner, and everybody is invited to be part of it. Thank you very much. Our next session is going to be on preventing terrorist use of the internet policies on terrorism. Preventing terrorist use of the internet meta policies on terrorism and hate organizations. We're getting to the next presentation. Please crave your indulgence that you make your way back to the sitting area for the next session. I believe you still have your program of events on you. We're supposed to have presentation 3, after which we'll have presentation 4, but we'll not be doing that. We'll be moving straight to presentation 6, preventing terrorist use of the internet meta policies and hate organization, on terrorism and hate organizations, rather. And this presentation is going to be done online. Our resource person is going to be hooking up with us online. Okay, he's actually here already. I repeat, I'll run on the topic once again. The topic is preventing terrorist use of the internet meta policies on terrorism and hate organizations. And our resource person, or the person doing the presentation, is a public policy manager, counterterrorism and dangerous organization, Meta, Facebook. Please welcome Lawrence Mully as he goes on with his presentation.
Thank you very, very much for having me today. As you mentioned, and thank you very much to the Senate the Republic of Nigeria, and my colleagues also at Facebook who are there together with you. As mentioned, my name is Lawrence Muli. I lead our counterterrorism and dangerous organizations policy work for Africa, and I also coordinate our global work on counter narratives and programmatic interventions on counterterrorism. I will be sharing how our policies on counterterrorism and dangerous organizations are implemented, the taxonomies of the kind of organizations we designate and ensure that they have no presence on our platform, but also give a quick overview of some programmatic interventions that we're planning for Africa. I will skim through the presentation as I can understand that we are also out of time. If you bear with me, I will quickly share my screen. Can everybody see my screen? You can give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Can everyone see my screen? All good? Okay, great. I believe everyone can see my screen. Thank you very much. So my name, as mentioned, is Lawrence, and I'm with the Counterterrorism and Dangerous Organizations Policy Team. And I am going to begin by sharing a bit of our work on this space. Just give me 1 minute. I had a small technical issue when sharing the screen. Should be okay now. Great, thank you. And I'll first start by sharing our community standards, which is basically what is allowed on our platform and not. I will not get into all of this, but as you can see, we divide our policies, or rather what we call our community standards, into 4 buckets, which is violence and criminal behavior. And I'll be specifically talking about terrorism and dangerous organizations. Then we have safety, integrity, objectionable content. And you can imagine that all the harm types that you can, that bad actors would want to have on our platform is Facebook. We do not allow this, and we have our policies that ensure that all of this content that violates our community standards are actually taken down. These are also values that guide our community standards. Firstly, voice, and ensuring that we're giving our users agency for freedom of expression. Secondly is privacy, ensuring that personal privacy of our users and information is protected. Thirdly is safety, and ensuring that the expression of each and every one of our users is ensuring that there is no intimidation, exclusion, or silencing of others. Authenticity, and ensuring that we are constantly giving people accountability about the statements and actions that they take, and ensure that they're having their authentic identities on our platforms. And dignity, which is ensuring that everybody has rights and that their rights are enshrined for them to be able to freely express themselves on our platforms. How we keep people safe, firstly, is through our policy products, as I've mentioned, and our policies cover each and every harm type that I've mentioned a bit earlier. I'll be doing a deep dive into our counterterrorism policy. We have product policy interventions, which ensure that content that is violating our policy, there's a way in which we are able to counter that content. And thirdly is operations, which is where we work with, we have community experts, we have language expertise across the globe. I'll be giving a bit more detail about that too, and industry experts who are constantly giving us that third-party insight on how to make our policies more comprehensive and also a bit more nuanced to the reality of the adversarial shifts, especially in terrorism issues that are cut across the continent and the globe at large. So we define a terrorist organization as a non-state actor that engages in, advocates, or leads substantial support of purposive, planned or acts of violence aimed at causing death, injury, or serious harm to civilians who are not within a situation of armed conflict, or is aimed at bringing significant damage to property linked to death, serious injury, or serious harm to civilians. We also define a terrorist organization as one that organizes with an intent to coerce, intimidate, and or influence a civilian population, a government, or an international organization in order to achieve a political, religious, or ideological aim. According to the taxonomies, we also have under terrorism and hate organizations, we also define a hate organization as one that is an association of any 3+ people that are organized under a name, a sign, a symbol, which has an ideology, statements, or physical actions that attack individuals on what we call protected characteristics, which include race, religion, affiliation, nationality, ethnicity, gender, sex, sexual orientation, and we even go beyond the normative taxonomies to have serious disease or disabilities. As the adversarial shifts change in the terrorism space, we are cognizant that many bad actors find their ways around our content moderation. So we constantly revise our taxonomies to have other tiers of organizations that we also designate and ensure there's no praise, representation, or support of these groups on our platforms. Firstly is violent non-state armed groups, militarized social movements, violence-inducing conspiracy networks, white supremacy networks also fall under this taxonomy, and we action on their content to ensure that they have no presence on our platforms. So our policy development process is a holistic one, and we are constantly learning from academics who are feeding into our third-party engagement and outreach and ensuring that they're feeding into making our policies more comprehensive. We also have community operations teams that have over 40+ languages across the globe. We are also available 24 hours a day to review any content that violates our policies. And then lastly, we also have teams that are also engaging not just internally, but also across cultures and regions and languages to ensure that we are constantly getting the feedback we need to get to make our policies more comprehensive. So how do we then report and enforce on content that violates our dangerous organizations and terrorism policies? Firstly, we very much depend on users and user reporting. Secondly, we have community operations teams that have the language expertise that understand that the local context, the nuanced local context of how content that is violating our policies is actually emerging. Are there new language contexts, are there new language slogans and slurs and symbols that we should be aware of and add into the taxonomy of our tooling and artificial intelligence, which is the very last element which we very much work on to ensure that there is proactive enforcement of violating content way before it surfaces to any users. And to give a bit more detail about how our artificial intelligence tooling helps us to counter terrorism and hate speech, firstly, we have the tooling that ensures there's language processing. This ensures that regardless of the languages that are used by some of these actors, we have an ability to proactively detect, review, and bring down content in various languages, and we keep expanding those language expertise across the globe. Then we have cross-platform collaboration, where we actually collaborate with other industry partners. We formed together with Twitter and Microsoft and YouTube, and now it's a consortium of NGOs and government organizations and civil society actors and tech industries, what is called the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. Ghana is actually one of the members from Africa. And what this consortium came to do is to ensure that there is communication across platforms and across industries to ensure that we are jointly countering terrorism and jointly sharing technology, research, and response strategies to jointly address the issue of terrorism online. Then we have fanning out or network analysis. So we don't have a whack-a-mole approach in bringing down individual pieces of content that violate our terrorism policy, but we have what are called strategic network disruptions, where we map out networks of coordinated inauthentic behavior and have a fund out network takedown of all these assets at one in our platform. Then we have audio detection. So if, for example, the al-Baghdadi speech that was used some time back and was being augmented into pieces of videos and being used online, our AI is able to detect, review, and remove that audio detection of an already used speech of a terrorist actor. Then we have what is called detecting recidivism. We're increasingly seeing that entities that we've banned from our platform are it's almost a cat and mouse chase, where they are finding ways around our content moderation. That is what we call recidivist accounts, where a bad actor who's been banned tries to come back either with fake accounts or with other IDs. And we have AI and tooling that is able to detect those fake accounts and remove them with a network approach. Then we have photo and video matching, where we're able to media match a lot of the content that violates our policies, such that a piece of content, whether it's an image or a video, is actually banked. And let's say, for example, if it was an image or a video of a terrorist attack in Mozambique, there's no way it can be used tomorrow when there's another attack in another place, because it is already fanned out of our network and that does not exist within our platforms way before it surfaces to our users. This is just an example of the proactive reports we've just given. We give every 3 months transparency reports on how we implement our community standards, specifically on our hate speech and terrorism policy. Over the last quarter 2 to quarter 3, which is between March and September, we were able to remove over 4.2 million pieces of content related to organized hate in our platform. We were able to remove 9.8 million pieces of content related to terrorism. And this is also as a result of enhancement of our media matching technology that enabled us to actually action old content. This is actually 99.7% proactive rate in terms of us removing content way before it surfaces to the users. And this is also just 0.30% of content that was flagged by users in this quarter 2 to quarter 3. We have over 350 plus people working on counterterrorism efforts across the globe. We have over 35,000 people working on what we call XFNs, which are the broad cross-functional teams working to ensure there's safety across the globe for all our users. I will just briefly touch on 3 quick, I know I might be out of time, and please give me let me know when I'm out of time. This is just an example of some of the partners that we collaborate with. Firstly, we are constantly ensuring that we are commissioning thought leadership research so that we can be able to understand the future and evolving threats of violent extremism, especially across the continent. We will be working, for example, with Institute of Security Studies Africa to map out the landscape of the future extremist threats in sub-Saharan Africa. We worked with JEFSIT that I mentioned earlier. We're going to send some of these resources through our colleague Adaora and Abuka, and we'll be able to share some of the work, reports, resources, training toolkits that we've been able to develop with some of these partners that will be very keen to all practitioners that are working on the broader counter speech and countering violent extremism online. This is just an example of one of the flagship programs we have. So when a user searches for violent-based terms on our platform, they are redirected to partners and NGOs that do disengagement work. So where partnerships exist, this actually happens, and it helps young vulnerable users or vulnerable users who are susceptible to radicalization and violent extremism to actually receive education, resources, and tools to help them disengage from a violent extremism pathway. Another example of an initiative we'll be launching in Africa next year, we had a proof of concept of supporting NGOs to strengthen interfaith and intercultural understanding to counter violent extremism, and worked with 60 plus organizations in Asia, over 10 countries. We are launching this in Africa early next year. We're partnering with Search for Common Ground, and we have a mapping of a number of organizations, both in West, Eastern, Southern Africa, that we're going to be working with to provide training and provide tools and resources for them to develop positive online campaigns that are addressing hate speech and issues online, but also translate that into programmatic interventions that can actually be applied on the ground level, at the societal level, where the actual radicalization happens. This is also another report we will be, initiative we'll be launching, where we'll be bringing together NGOs in sub-Saharan Africa and also a few research organizations to help us map interventions that are working in countering hate and extremism, but also map out, the trends of extremism in the continent, so that we can be able to have recommendations of what industries can do together to counter hate and violent extremism online. This is just an example of some of the websites. You can have a look. Counterspeech.fb.com has a section on resources where all of the resources that I've mentioned, the toolkits, the guiding frameworks, the reports and the evaluation frameworks that we've had on our programs are all there, and they're free to use. They're open resource. Please make sure you do visit that, and available for any questions that may be there. Thank you so much, and sorry for taking so much time.
Please, a round of applause for him for that presentation. Thank you very much, Lawrence Mule, for that. I believe we will be taking a few questions. If you have any questions, please, you may indicate with a raise of hand. Any questions from the audience? I believe in the absence of any question, we'll just go to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Lawrence Mule. Please, a round of applause for him once again. Please put your hands together for him. We'll be going to the next paper presentation, and this will border on the 2021 African Cybersecurity Outlook. 2021 African Cybersecurity Outlook. This presentation is going to be online again. I believe he is online. Is he online, please, technical? He is? All right. As mentioned earlier, the topic for discussion or the presentation is on 2021 African Cybersecurity Outlook. To present is an international computer hacking and intellectual property attorney advisor, the U.S. mission to the African Union. Please welcome Anand Ramaswamy. Please with a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. I want to make sure first you can hear me, and the host, if you're still available, or someone else, just let me know that you're able to hear me.
We can hear you.
Great, thank you.
All right.
I'm joining you from the United States today. Unfortunately, I had to leave Africa last month. I hope to be back shortly. I'm going to go ahead and start my presentation. And in the interest of time, I don't think I'll take up my full allotted time. And you can contact me at this email address if you have questions. I work for the United States Department of Justice in a joint program. I'm a prosecutor, a joint program with United States Department of State, which puts 12 of us. We're federal prosecutors around the world to do training and assistance. So I cover Africa for cybercrime. I have a colleague in Abuja, Nigeria, and she covers intellectual property crime. So we do training and assistance for police, prosecution, and judges throughout Africa. You can contact us and we can do that. We've done several webinars just for Nigeria this year, and also invited Nigeria to other presentations. Forgot to mention thank you to distinguished guests and participants for the invitation to speak today. I won't take up the full 25 minutes, but I'd like to cover what we saw in terms of cybersecurity in 2021 worldwide, and then specific to Africa. I want to do that to contrast the two situations, worldwide and Africa specific. I'll speak very briefly on ransomware and state-sponsored activity. And again, email me at that address if you had any questions. Well, I can't share the presentation. I'll be glad to share the links to the every reference I have here today. One problem we have in looking at cybersecurity in Africa is, in my opinion, a lack of good data on cybersecurity incidents. And that's due to a number of reasons, including the lack of focus on Africa. I'll give you an example. While I like this site, Visual Capitalist, for good graphics, here they've taken a look at cyber attacks since 2006, and they cover about a 15-year period, and they're looking at the most significant attacks, but they completely omit Africa. Now, why is that? If you look at what they consider significant, it is losses of more than 1 million. High-tech companies, defense losses over 1 million. That threshold, I think, unnecessarily omits or wipes out what are significant losses on the continent. So we don't get a good picture here. Just like this map, if we actually take the land area of Africa, you can fit about every country except Russia within the borders, because the way that the perspective is on a standard map. So what we need to do, if we're going to look at cybersecurity in Africa, is look at the world and the way it is. You get a better idea with this projection, the actual size of Africa compared to other countries. And we can do that when we take a look at cybersecurity specific to Africa, because it's a little different, and every country will be a little different within the continent. So let's look at the trends from this year, the world cybersecurity trends. What we saw in 2021, in just one moment, is more data being stored in the cloud. That's because that's just the trend that's going on, and it puts the world at risk as far as data breaches. We saw more remote work due to the pandemic. We saw increased ransomware attacks, malicious botnets, and then countermeasures. Now, African cybersecurity trends are a little different. I would say in a different order, but somewhat the same. But first, we need to know where to look, because again, there's not good specific sources, but they're there if you know where to look. There's the question of whether or not their incidents are underreported. In my experience and in talking to my colleagues in Africa who are investigators, it appears that the incidents are underreported. Now, we know, for instance, businesses are reluctant often, and government-controlled, say, utilities, government-controlled industries are reluctant to report incidents because it discloses a vulnerability, and for private companies, it could have a negative impact on their stock or valuation. So one reason we may not be seeing a true picture is it's not being reported. We also know, and you know, and I know of examples of either ransomware or cyber breaches that have happened that never have been reported. But for this purpose today, we'll look at some from the press. This is an example from the financial sector, banking hack in Uganda. If you notice, almost all of my references from the press will be from the last quarter of this year, so they're very recent. Nigeria-specific threat. Here we have an instance of a bounty being rewarded, a reward. If an insider puts ransomware on a company's system, they'll be rewarded with 1% of the profits, an insider threat. Another Nigeria-specific threat, and this comes from our partners in private industry, researchers, specifically Cisco, discovered that for the last 2 years, a threat group within Nigeria has been using malware to target the aviation industry. You see, this is just a report from October of this year. This editorial, while it is anonymous, has a good roundup or evaluation of the picture of cybersecurity. It points out, just as the panelists of the earlier panel mentioned, the vulnerabilities in the private sector due to the huge gap in cyber threat management skill sets and tight budgets. I'm not sure who wrote this, but they had a very good grasp on the problem. Specifically, legacy systems, older computer systems. And as the Brigadier General mentioned earlier, it's hard to justify the cost of upgrading systems. It's very expensive when you cannot see something physical immediately. So going through some more of the stories, I'll go through a little quickly because this story references what I think is the best source of the current picture of cybersecurity in Africa. This story references it as well. And in summary, while Africa is seeing an increase in ransomware and botnet attacks, the biggest threat is not yet from those two areas. We just heard from our colleague at Facebook, and we work also with other colleagues in Facebook in that space. But this is a recent story just a couple of weeks ago about the a Facebook account hack of a government official. We know of other attacks on government officials or false websites in other countries, some of which we've been able to assist in gathering information and in getting websites taken down. And in terms of threat, this is a very interesting and very recent story for Nigeria and two other African nations. We've seen a decrease in ordinary threats, but a massive increase in targeted malware schemes. As you see, the number of attacks has gone down from 2020 to 2021 for all three countries. But what's happened is it's very targeted, very sophisticated now. So the effect is greater because more people, they're not using a shotgun approach. It's very targeted now and specific, so it's more effective. This story is just from 2 weeks ago, but it quotes actually Mr. Abba Samba, who was a panelist earlier from the EFCC, and it's about the insider threats to the financial sector. But we also see on the cybersecurity picture for 2021, this story, the outside threat, the state actor threat. And this is a warning about a foreign nation using remote access Trojans or advanced persistent threats against a specific industry, the telecommunications industry and ISPs in Nigeria. This report, and I'll leave the reference up if you want to photograph it or copy it, I think gives the best current picture. It's from October of this year, and it's specific to Africa. And this is what the report highlights. While cybercrime affects all countries, weak networks and security make countries in Africa particularly vulnerable. And as prior presenters have mentioned, it's this tremendous growth and use of mobile telephone technology that's going to present the greatest vulnerability as we turn more to banking and financial transactions conducted through the telephone. And so it's important at this stage to put a robust cybersecurity framework into place. It's not easily done, as this conference with its very able panel of presenters and topics is shown. But the top 5 threats, according to this Interpol report specific to Africa, are online scams, digital extortion, not ransomware, we're talking about sextortion or using compromising photos to gain advantage, business email compromise, ransomware, and botnets. Those are the top 5 threats for Africa. And for ransomware, let me go over a couple of things. It's become much more sophisticated and diverse. As this story from late this year shows, they're diversifying to where they have very specialized units. And here they used a false company name to recruit information technology talent. We've also seen they don't know any limits while they hit hospitals in the United States and in Europe. They're also here hitting a developing nation's foreign aid funds. So the gangs behind ransomware, it's a matter of picking a target where they have to act urgently. And here you see it done with aid money. And this is something, if you were on our joint UNODC ransomware webinar just a few weeks ago, you saw and heard about these access groups that sell access. That's all they do is look for vulnerabilities and sell access as a service. And it's fueling the rise in ransomware. However, as we're going back to some of the original graphs here, it's almost all targeting Europe and North America. And you can see these access as a service groups, only 1% currently targets Africa. But we know as Africa becomes, as the free trade agreement, the Continental Free Trade Agreement takes effect, we would expect greater wealth to the nations of Africa and becoming a greater target on this chart. And finally, a couple of things. What we're moving towards now due to the pandemic and all the telework and the threat from unauthorized access is what's called a zero trust architecture. In other words, the accessing networks, cloud storage, and so forth will become more sophisticated and I would say more difficult because you're not going to be able to log in as easily as you used to because that's a new safeguard against cyber attack. One thing I am not covering in terms of this presentation, which is an entirely different topic, is the threat from state-sponsored activities such as the zero-click malware that's available for purchase through a private company called Pegasus, used by some countries to spy. You can see the list of countries there. There's a very recent story about it being used on US government personnel's phones in Africa. Just a story that has come out this week. Let me conclude, just make a comment or two on what other people have said unless I'm over time. A lot has been said about international cooperation, and that'll be the topic for other people's presentation, including the Budapest Convention, which is a Council of Europe initiative, but there are many signatories, and Nigeria is one of the 4 African countries where it's currently in process. 5 countries in Africa are signatories. The benefits of that treaty in terms of cyber investigation are tremendous. I wondered myself when I was a prosecutor why I would have to travel to Europe for coordination on cybercrime, but it's only because that's where Europol was located, and we needed a central place to coordinate. Nothing says that couldn't be done with Interpol or Afripol, but it's just a known place of organization. But it allows you to share information in real time and coordinate with every country who's got a case on the same actors. So this is a broad topic. I've tried to focus on where we stand in terms of African cybersecurity, but compare that also to the world's cybersecurity. The picture is a little different. Everything you're doing, from what I see, your legislation efforts, your organization, your police and prosecution, I think puts you at or near the top in terms of capacity in Africa. Thank you again for the invitation. If there are any questions, please email me if we don't have time now. And if we do, I'll be glad to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. I believe we have questions from members of the audience. Please, if there are any questions, you may indicate with a raise of hand. I believe we'll have one or two questions from the audience. Any questions, please? Miss, we got to understand everything about what he shared with us, I believe. I think I'll say you should put your hands together for yourselves then. Please, put your hands together for yourselves. All right, thank you very much. That was a presentation on the subject 2021 African Cyber Security Outlook, and it was presented by Anand Ramaswamy. He's an international computer hacking and intellectual property attorney advisor, U.S. mission to the African Union. At this point, our time is fast spent, and we will be rounding up with that particular presentation. And I'd like to make a few announcements. First and foremost, I'd like everybody to know that there will be a cocktail dinner at the poolside within these premises. Starts by 5 p.m., a cocktail dinner. And please take note, this dinner is sponsored by Meta Facebook. Interesting. You can put your hands together, please, if you would. Thank you very much to our sponsors. Tomorrow, this conference will continue. Unfortunately, we cannot continue with all other presentations. All other presentations have been moved till tomorrow for us to be able to be part of the cocktail dinner. And